You alright, Ted? Yeah, you good? How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're back here, starting the week at RAF Lakenheath. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Ted's got a flag we haven't had on the show for a long time, related, of course, to the United States Air Force. It is, in fact. Look at this, the flag of the US Air Force. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. My name's Nikos, and on your screens is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. We start the week here at the 48 Fighter Wing, the only wing of the United States Air Force with a name, as well as its number, but the only one with a name, the Statue of Liberty Wing. And we do have startups in the distance. You may be able to hear the spooling Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s, which are applied to the F-15E Strike Eagle. Welcome to the show. Here we go. We'll start the week with some fighter jet action, hoping to see the F-15E Strike Eagles, which we should do, as I can hear them in the background, and of course the 5th generation stealth F-35A Lightning II. Wind speeds, behaved. Temperature, salmon smooth. Excitement level, leaping salmons. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope you all had a great weekend. So, based here, of course, it is home to the 48 Fighter Wing. The flying component being the 48th Operations Group. The 4 flying squadrons are the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. Guns up. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Next up, we've got the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. Ooh, yeah. And they fly the F-35A. They were the second to convert to the F-35A. That happened in 2022. Next up, we got the 494 Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And next up, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who made USAFE the very first unit to operate the F-35A, and that happened on the 15th of December 2021. There we go. You know how it is. The last aircraft they operated, and the last time they were activated before then They said goodbye to their F-111 Aardvarks, and so did Lakenheath eventually. And the 495th became inactive from 1991. And they came back, like I said, in 2021. They did have a name change. They were once known as the Thundervarks. In fact, they were a tactical fighter squadron, as well as the tactical fighter wing during that period. And they're back. Some lovely chilled out vibes today at the moment. And this started like this on Friday, nice and calm. But then the wind started misbehaving. But we'll see what type of strong gusting winds we're going to get today, eh? So of course, a wing doesn't mean just flying. There are other components and units. So of course we've got the 48th Operations Group, we've got the 48th Maintenance Group as well, the 48th Medical Group, the 48th Mission Support Group, the Communication Squadrons. Lots that make up the base itself. Fighter generation squadrons, their crew chiefs, OSI, LE, SF security forces. It's got the 48 fighter wing staff agencies as well to go with that, including the 48th Controller Squadron, Safety, Occupational, Weapons, Aviation, Inspector General. Of course, the 48th Mission Support Group, including the Civil Engineer Squadron, Communications, Contracting, Force Support, Logistics Readiness, and Security Forces Squadron. That falls under the 48th Mission Support Group. So all these groups have a role, and underneath the group are various squadrons that make up their group. Not forgetting the fire department as well, and the medics and crew. I can hear the I can hear the turbines and nozzles on the move. Okay, so we should be seeing them now taxiing down the catwalk, as we call it. This is actually officially called a taxiway, but we call it a... Oh, here we go, look at this. The iconic scene, the iconic shot of F-15E Strike Eagles, and when we get them F-35s, that iconic shot of them turning round. Yeah, bring them. More startups. So the F-15E Strike Eagles, powered by Pratt & Whitney's F-100 229 engines. They do Fweep, a length of 4.85 meters, 3-stage fan with a 10-stage compressor. Bypass ratio at 0.36 to 1, that's extremely low. Turbines are 2 low pressure and 2 high pressure stages. Compressing air at a pressure ratio of 32 times. That's 32 to 1. What a ratio. Producing, with afterburner, a whopping 29,160 pounds of thrust. Standard at 17,800 pounds of thrust. So you can see how much increase that has. Now the Strike Eagles arrived here in 1992 as the F-111 Aardvark was being phased out and retired from Lakenheath. Max speed at 2.5 times the speed of sound, that's Mach 2.5. Due to the speeds, the twin very tall stabilizers, given the height at 5.64 meters, that's 18.6 feet. That is amazing. And just to put that into comparison, the F-35 sits at 4.4 meters, 14.4 feet. So, wow. So way over a meter taller it sits. Now, United States military bases usually have a tail code. I mean, this system dates back way back into World War II. Not unique to the United States Army Air Forces and the US Navy as it was then. But a tail code system, a squadron markings and bomb group markings, that kind of thing, dates back to World War II. LN tail code for Lakenheath. This was introduced in 1973, so it's been LN since then. Just before that, just for a few months, was LK, and before that had a new system when they arrived here, the 48th, in 1960. They had a different system. They had the letter L for Lakenheath and a different letter to denominate the squadron, so they had LR, LS and LT respectively to match each squadron. I'll have to have a look to see what was before on the aircraft that were based here at Lakenheath. There you go, there's my homework for the week. What did they have on their B-29s, B-50s and B-47 Stratojets between 1948 and 1960? Was there a tail code system here? I'm going to have a look. If anyone's got any feedback on that, any photos, do let me know. That's my homework. with RAF Lakenheath opening in November the 4th. Hang on, sorry, my bad, rewind. With the base opening in 1940, I'm thinking of Coningsby. Have I got the right year? Yes. With the base opening in 1940, Coningsby was opened on the 4th of November 1940, by the way. Haven't quite got the year on this one. When was this open? Don't think I've got it. No, that's interesting. I haven't got the exact date of the base opening. I might have to have a look at that. But anyway, 1940 it opened, serving as an RAF base, and first squadrons to arrive, or the unit, was the 20 Operational Training Unit. So it's been a Royal Air Force base from 1940 right up to the closure of 1945, but it still served as a Royal Air Force station until 1948. So between 40 and 48, it's been a Royal Air Force station. Did it? I'm all good, Captain A. Thank you very much. Matt Clark, Margot, Ellie J. Approach, Aspen, Davey. How are we all doing? Craig Bruce, Phil Wheeler, Margot, Captain A, Lorraine. And if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Let's get this stream rolling. So, across the road, about 5.5 miles away, the backwards growth lies. Opened in October 1934. On the 16th of October 1934 was RAF Mildenhall. And, another 5.5 miles behind me, to my 4 or 5 o'clock, is RAF Feltwell. That opened in 36, started operating in 37. Here we go. Here we go, right. That may have been deliberate then. Just a fast taxi back, that could have had an issue. That could have been just deliberate to get back. Unknown to me. That one could have had an issue, and just a quick way of getting back. That does happen if they have the option to use the runway. Here we go. Oh, that might indicate that something did go wrong. So this will go to the north EOR, end of runway, to wait. So they would have been in a flight of 2, would have had to they would have had a particular training session together, but we'll see what will happen next. Maybe get a spare and wait. EORs can hold 6 aircraft. There's a total of 4. A north and a south for runway 23 and a north and a south for runway 05. I'm sure they'll get that sorted. And welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to the show. Channel's a family friendly, sweet and neat channel. We just bring a camera, bears and a smiley face. That's all we need. Oh, and your camera. Don't forget that. We don't bring anything else into it. Just a safe zone. Place to chill, have some fun. We're here for the aircraft and the men and women that not only fly it, but the men and women and their roles. Various round, we'll talk about the roles, try to promote for those interested in joining the Air Force. Hank Verkuel, how you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome to the show. Mayhem Marshy, Paul Mayers, Andrew Farley, Claire Bear, who's finally found her green badge, Kiwi Susie, Angela Farley, Mark Dudley, Keith Cornell. That doesn't look good, does it, over there? From there it looks like a stuck air brake, but Dave Patch Hodges, Joshua Brown, Paul Mayers, Elsie, how you all doing? Oi oi to everyone, hope we're all good and well. So get ready for what I got a feeling could be a very good day. It's always good. The sun is shining nicely. Make sure you bring plenty of water if you are coming to base and places and air show season. There we go. Air brake. Just sort it out. So this is quite unique to the 48 fighter wing in respect to doing the post-taxi checks. Normally we see for example, the Typhoons at Coningsby getting all their checks done and then taxiing out for departure. Here they start them up and do all the pre-takeoff checks here, right on the EOR. They'll check, pull the pins, the remove beret before flight pins, do all the checking the air brake is one of them, ailerons, flaps, nozzles, check the ordnance are safe and well secured, any security issues with the canopy, oil leaks, fluid, any issues like that just prior to takeoff. The F-35's done in the, shall I say, a traditional sense, right down at the hangars, and off they go. Mojave BNSF, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Good to see you on here. First flight of the F-15E Strike Eagle was made on the 11th of December 1986. The maiden flight of the F-15E was piloted by Gary Jennings. On the maiden flight, it got to speeds of Mach 0.9 at an altitude of 40,000 feet. The flight lasted 75 minutes. The first F-15E was delivered to the 405th Tactical Training Wing at Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, and that was in April 1988. The F-15E since then has seen plenty of upgrades, including active electronically scanned array. The radar was upgraded in 2007. And it still continues today with EPAWS. That's the Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System, which a few have been upgraded here at Lakenheath. Okay, so this one's not very happy, so that one's going back. So you can see the markings there, LN, and just below are some numbers. So the full serial number for this is 91334. Now the first two letters, the small one's 91, just under the AF, Alpha Foxtrot. That is the fiscal year for the aircraft. That's when it was ordered to be put into production. 334 completes the rest of the serial number. I believe it does go in numerical order as they order aircraft. I'm pretty sure they do that. So if there was another one, I'm guessing it would be 335 for whichever aircraft that was put into production, so on and so on. I think that's right. That way you don't get the same serial numbers, I guess, right? So if there was another different type of aircraft next after this, it'd be 91335, and it could be, I don't know, it could have been another aircraft during that time that was been built, I guess. It's a bit like the, sounds like a bit like the Air Ministry's specifications. You've got the actual, how do I put it, the next production line in sequence followed by the year. Brent Mosley, how you doing? From 15 Wing. So the legacy of the F-15 dates quite far back, a product and an answer to the Foxbat. The first ever F-15E flight was made in July 1972, and the first flight of the family version F-15B, formerly allocated as the TF-15A trainer, that was made in July 1973. Now the first Eagle F-15B delivered in November 1974, and finally in 1976 the first Eagle destined for a combat squadron was delivered to the 555th, the Triple Nickel, who today are based at Aviano Air Base in Italy under the 31st Fighter Wing, flying the F-16, who are known to be the largest distributor of MiG spare parts. The single-seater F-15C and two-seater F-15D models, those entered service in the Air Force in the beginning of 1979. Lots of different packages and production models and upgrades, of course, similar sort of thing with aviation itself as it progresses. These feature the PEP 2000 with conformal fuel tanks, increased maximum takeoff weight, that kind of thing. And then the F-15E delivered to US Air Force operational units in 1988. The F-15E reached this IOC, that's initial operational capability, on the 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. Now you may hear that quite a lot, the IOC, initial operational capability. Almost like an audit, an exam, and it needs to pass it on its sort of flight if it's fit for operational capability. Once it does that, it's good to go. Good morning to everyone that's tuned in, and of course good day, good evening. How are ya, wherever you're watching from in the world? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. If you just joined us, now's a good time for a checklist. Have you hit the like button? Give us a thumbs up. You're cleared on a touch and go. Do subscribe as well. Come and join us. Help us reach to 97k today. It is possible to get that today. And if you don't want to miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos, don't forget to hit the notification bell button. We are back here on Wednesday, for those interested where we are. And do care and share with the share button. Of course, this is a family-friendly military aviation channel. Sadly, we are aware with situations around the world, but this is a safe space. This is a safe place, base and space, the way we have run the channel from day one. For those that love aircraft, for those that love the history and the fun that the channel brings, the situations that are going on around the world can stay outside, including the comments. So that's the way we've always run it. You always bring a camera, not the politics, to the chat, to the aviation aircraft enclosure. We are in the official aircraft viewing area. Plenty of parking to enjoy. There is a burger van facility with breakfast, brunch and lunch and some refreshments. There are bins provided, but sadly no toilet facilities. And of course, speaking of which, with the situations around the world, it is without doubt to tell you some housekeeping rules that we must follow. Please don't touch the fence or climb the fence. So try not to, don't rest your ladders on the fence. It can damage it. Be mindful of entrance and exits or crash gates. Please don't block them with your vehicle. There is one right by the burger van. There's also a private road that needs access in 24/7. It is a private road. Please don't block that. That is for residents only. And with that day and age in mind, like I said, if you spot, this is what I've said in the past, if you spot anything suspicious, do not feel bad to report it. Just get that out of your mind. It is that time, sadly, where we've got to be on the lookout. We can do a lot more outside the base. We can see things before anything bad happens. So I've always said, though, if it is like a risk of, you know, threat to life or an emergency, then do call 999 immediately. Again, if you see anyone attempting to fly a drone, they shouldn't be flying a drone at all anyway. They should be checking the drone assist. But of course, you don't know what people's intentions are. We've always said as well, do take care of yourselves. If you are going to report it, do it discreetly, do it further away, get in your car, drive off somewhere and do it, write it down. I know Leeming had a really good idea. They were handing out these special leaflets and you can write down stuff, things that you might forget, because these things happen. You can write down such as, you know, VRNs, vehicle registration numbers, and description, what you've seen, you know, that kind of thing. It's just got to look out for each other. Yeah, I thought that was a great idea. I thought that was a great idea that Leeming had. I think that is a fantastic idea. Because, you know, sometimes you're just like, where is a paper when you need one? Where is a pen when you need one? And then when you do find a pen, it runs out, right? Always the way. But I thought that was an excellent idea. So I always keep a pen and paper with me handy. I've always got something to write on. It's just the way it is. You know, I don't know what the world is happening at the moment, but like I said, this is a safe place. You can come and enjoy it. We've been loving military aviation for a long time. We've been all lovers of aviation. I know it's a little bit more liberal, but I think the approach is different these days, you know. I think it's seen as a, you know, how handy is it to be able to film? I mean, for us as a hobby, how good is that? We got the freedom to take photos, and I like, from what I've, you know, I missed out a lot from when I was 10 to in my 40s, you know, when I started getting back into it. So that's a big gap. That's like over 30 years of not doing this. And from what I've heard, you know, the sort of like the security forces, and for good reason, let's face it, but the RAF police, there was a bit of a stigma. You know, it was always like, what you're doing here, and I get that, and that needs doing. I get that, I totally understand that. But I think in this day and age, I think for us, I mean, they now know it's a big hobby, it's a big thing, it's a big world, aviation enthusiasts, and I think they see the positive side of it. We've got a camera, we can spot things, not only in the sort of the sinister ways, but the more of a safety way as well, like FOD, problems with the aircraft. We've had one spotter report a fault with the aircraft and potentially saved lives, you know. So I think I like that approach. You know, I went to Leeming, like I said, you do see them interact a lot with everyone here, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing, because that gives you as a spectator a confidence to think, oh, I've just seen something bad, or I don't know if I should go and report it. It gives you that confidence, and I get that. Plus they get to know the community, because we are now a community, not just relating it to the channel, but I see the benefit of it. Because if, say for example, we couldn't do this, then what are we doing here? Do you know what I mean? But because we've got that freedom, we can then keep a lookout. We know what spotters look like. I'm not going to stereotype a spotter, but you know what I mean. People come here and have a good time. They're staring at the aircraft. If I have reported someone before, in fact not just one, a few times, they were clearly not interested in the aircraft. They were looking around, sniffing around, and just absolutely no interest. I've had one with the red arrows flying. They didn't even care about the red arrows in the viewing area. And I actually, off the stream, I said, what do you think you're doing? I'm going to report you to the police. And that was it, last I've seen of them. Because that is the type of things we're looking for. You know, someone that's completely not interested. Okay, someone might be just parking up, not just wanting somewhere to park up. I get that. But you can kind of get an idea of what we're looking for. You know, we've got to look after each other, you know. That's the way it should be. Again, haven't had this for a while, I haven't seen it reported, but laser pens are a complete no. You know, I know we're in a different season here now where it gets darker quite late, this time of year especially. You know, little things like turning your flash off your camera at night, you know, because I know people like to do their nighttime photography. Just little things like that, we can look after each other, because that's what we do. You know, I love the communication you give me when you spot something. Do you remember the plastic bag? Do you remember the balloon? Live on the show, we got it dealt with. Beautiful. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Nice one, Craig. Stuff like that. Nice one, Sean. Exactly. Oh, actually, yeah. What about the C-47 with the wire, the aerial that come off? That was that could have been extremely dangerous. That one. Well, if you just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're just waiting for a couple of spares to arrive back, to taxi back and get going with these two. On a positive, at least we get to see them a bit longer, because normally they go and we have to wait an hour and a half or so. So at least we get to see the F-15 for a bit longer like this, you know. Hey man, how you doing? All right? You okay?
I've seen you lately. I've been down the last Monday.
I come usually end of the week, but I thought I'd do one on the... Yeah. Yeah. Mix it up a bit.
Then what, going to my home on the boat, aren't you?
Well, no, I was there last week. It was good. Yeah.
I was busy last Monday.
Cool.
Yeah, 35 been off to about half 12, 1 o'clock.
Nice.
You been busy then?
Always.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, I'm at work. So
Yeah.
I'm at work. I just tune into you. See what's happening today.
Oh, nice one. Yeah, I usually do the end of the week, but I thought I'd do a mix it up. That's what it's all about. See what happens today.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Has many gone home?
None yet. None. They're just waiting for a couple more to taxi down. So enjoy.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. You too. Take care. Hope we're all well, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're good. Rack 'em up. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48 Fighter Wing. Got two F-15E Strike Eagles at both EORs. They're just waiting for a couple more, two more F-15E Strike Eagles to taxi to join them, by the looks of it. How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you all had a good weekend. And airshow season has begun. I wonder where you're going to this week. Anyone, all the coming months? Any air shows that you're going to? Let us know. While we're waiting, don't forget you can get yourself official Ted Coningsby merchandise. Visit freews.tedconingsby.co.uk or tedconingsby.com. Also got our Fweep. Speaking of Fweeps, got our official Fweep baseball hats available in the white with some silver embroidery. They are snapback with Ted Coningsby embroidered on the back. We've also got the black embroidered version as well, which are very, very popular, with the silver shadow on them as well. We've also still got a few of the Ted Coningsby Typhoon ones, various patches, key rings. The new Beret Recovery Team patches are available as well now. Claire is working proper phone lines running red on that one. Hanosaurus Rex, thank you very much. Enjoy. Righty72, how you doing, man? Big shout out to the Point Charlie crew. that is your new allocation, the Point Charlie crew. Jolly Green Giant, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. Thank you very much for joining us. Nice. Julie, member for 23 months. Keep up the good work, Ted and Nikos. Awesome stream. Thank you very much. And it's only just begun. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Kiwi Susie, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. And our very own Claire Bear. 31 months, here forever, keep following your dreams, love you back. Thanks Claire Bear. Martin Skeet, 21 months, oi oi, happy Monday to all the TCS Guards March. Jenny B, member for 14 months, happy 14 months to me, TCS Guards March. And Anne Cox, good morning, Nikos, Ted, oi oi, and an oi oi to you, Guards March. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath. So we've got two F-15s, waiting for another two F-15s to taxi to go out with them. Mark Garwood, how you doing? Alan Burden, good morning and welcome to the show. Daniel Walker, Lorenzo Lippi and Karen Glenn, how you all doing? Hope you're well. We'll enjoy them while they're just here stationary, because normally they go out and then we have to wait 90 minutes, so enjoy. Yeah, good point. I'll go and get a tea. Davey, how you doing as well, man? I'll go and grab a cup of tea. We've got a while. See ya! I'm going to get a cup of tea, Ted. So I had a little revamp of some of the notes, so you can have a look at the sizes of the engines here. Look at this. So I took the liberty of just writing them down for you. So if we start off with the smallest, the EJ200 engine with a length of 3.98 meters. The just wrote down the fan compressor stages. It's got an 8-stage compressor, 3 low and 5 high pressure. The compression ratio is 26:1 with a bypass of 0.4. That's pretty impressive. Output of 13,500 with the max output with the reheat at 20,200 pounds. So they have 2 of those in the Typhoon for this one. So about 40,400 pounds of thrust. Now if we go to the F100 PW229s, which is in this, the F-15E Strike Eagle, you can see it's almost a meter longer, the engine, a meter bigger. Similar free fan low pressure, but it's got a 10 high pressure compressor. Wow, compressing the air at 32:1. Bypass as low as 0.3, 6:1. Output 17,800. And then 29,160 pounds of thrust with afterburner. So you need to times that by 2. Now our F-35A PW1, the F-35A has the F-135 PW100. It's about 70 centimeters bigger than the 229s. Similar with 3 low pressure and 6 high pressure compressor system, compressing air at 28:1. Bypass at 0.57:1, so not as low as the Typhoon and the F-15, but look at this, 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. Now our F-135 PW600, which is featured on our F-35B, look at the size of that engine then. Total 9.37 meters. That's mad. Look at the difference. 3-stage fan with a 6 high pressure compressor. Similar to the F-35A at 28:1, but compresses air at 29:1 in Stovall mode. Bypass changes as well, 0.56 standard or 0.51, because I think it utilizes the, if I remember correctly, it utilizes the bypass air, so it can assist with the roll post, so it can pitch from left to right. Different power output, 27 pounds of thrust on mill, and 41,000 pound of thrust with afterburner, or 40,000 pounds 650 on Stovall mode. Amazing. I'll take the liberty of writing it down for you. You know how it is. Amazing engines, right? On all of them. Well, at the moment we have a very pretty screensaver. So there is quite a delay, unfortunately. I hope that everything's okay. So you may have, I think I just got the gist, I may have missed it on the screen, but it looks like our AWCU, that's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, which is the checkered vehicle on your screens. Now they have various coloured flags, yellow, red, white, black. I've asked an AWCU and they just use whatever colour works to scare a bird. There is not one that does a particular bird, is what they've told me. So they will they'll try yellow, they'll try red, white or black, any of, they've got a flare gun, they can use the vehicle, they can play the horn of the vehicle, they can play a pre-recorded distress bird sounds, that kind of thing. They've got a flare gun, they've got a rifle. They don't really use it that much when they, if they don't have to. They do use falconry as well. We've seen them do this either just outside the base or at the approach end. ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. So RAF Lakenheath does date its history, or at least the vicinity, shall I say, all the way back to, not as a base, oi oi! Goes back to over 8,000 years ago, from Neolithic to late Bronze Age to Norman period. So over this side of the base, there used to be the original tower just over there. On this side, see, the tower today is based over here today, and it was a natural spring. And you know, when I was doing archaeology, it was always water, which would be a good source for survival, would lead to a place for settlements. And it was very interesting to find a little bit of background about all the how the terrain and who settled here, and you know how far the history dates back. It's very amazing. And you know, like a spa and a natural spring, you know, a natural water supply. And through that time, of course, we got the Anglo-Saxon period as well, which led to many excavations. And it was Joe Cariff in the late 90s to 2002 discovered something remarkable, because the Saxons were here, and with the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Society, they excavated so many things here. They found so many things, and to the trained eye you can actually see burial mounds like bell barrows. And in this direction, where the main gate is, where the dormitories are, in this direction, Joe Cariff with the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Society, with the human remains, they found 427 graves in total, with 6 men buried with swords, 2 with horses, 3 minstrels, that's men buried with levers, and 1 man buried with a quiver of arrows. Total of 96 females and 2,500 glass beads, various amounts of arrowheads, jewellery, which really gave you an indication of what was once this vicinity. But what I can tell you is that it stems its military roots to the 5th and 6th century Britain. It's amazing. And the first excavations started through Lady Briscoe in the 50s, who founded the Mildenhall Museum. And you can actually see one of the remains there of how they found it, and they named this person, who was 5'10", male, buried with the sword, the shield, his horse, jewellery. I mean, this is no ordinary burial. This would normally indicate someone of high rank, so they named him the Lakenheath warrior. It's quite spectacular. Even offerings of animals that were buried with him, including his horse. And you can see these remains at at Mildenhall Museum, not the base, sorry, but it was fantastic. They found a total of over 4,000 metal objects as well. Okay, let's have a look what we've got here. We've got one F-15 on the move. Is that going back, or is this going on its own, or is it going back? Let's have a look. Oh dear. This doesn't look very good. As mentioned before, even the vicinity of the viewing area is built on medieval earthworks. So a good 1600 years of earthworks here. Oh, that's a shame. There you go, these things happen. It's a shame, isn't it? Oh well, okay, these things happen. Let's look over here then. So yeah, and then of course after that, from what I discovered, there was also the Normans that were here, and they brought with them rabbits for food. And you know what rabbits do? The next day they just kind of multiply. And with all that in mind, food, and when we start to get into the 18th century, gamekeeping, there was a Aardvark Lodge. There was also Lakenheath Lodge. I've got an old map from 1932, revised as a military version from 1940, with the all military facilities removed. That was very interesting. I don't know if you've seen that live on our show. I had it's a 1940s revised military map, but it's of 1932. Okay, so from 1940 we should have and would have had Mildenhall. We would have had all the other facilities. There were Royal Flying Corps airfields in this surround, and also Feltwell, Methwold, sorry, and a few others like Turin that were just obsolete off the map. That was quite exciting, because of course if a spy or wanted to take it, they could hide. If they ever got caught, they could hide our military facilities, or vice versa. Should you get caught after bailing out, the map was pretty much safe. But we had a lot of warrens here. It was known as Lakenheath Warren to control the rabbits, and rabbit felt was used for hats during the 18th and 19th centuries. Using rabbit felt and to bond them together would be they would use mercury. And local to here, and it's interesting that we've got Mad Hatters as a call sign, as a nickname for the 492nd. Whether it's native to Brandon just behind me, whether there was a hat shop, or in Thetford, again not far from here, the term Mad as a Hatter came from here, because with mercury being used to bond the hats and of the rabbit felt, it would get into your bloodstream, and mercury isn't the best thing in your bloodstream, and that's where the term Mad as a Hatter came. So it was quite interesting that we've got, or coincidence that we've got a squadron called the Mad Hatters. Very interesting. So yeah, many of the graves were found where the new dormitories were being built in the sort of early 2000s, and you can see them when you're driving on the A1065 just before the main gate. And also they found some at the athletic stadium, or the baseball stadium as well. Like I said, over 420 odd graves were found dating back, 1600 years ago or so. Even behind me I can see barrows or burial mounds or some kind of earthworks that were on already anyway in the viewing area. Ginger Bailey, how you doing, man? Hope you're well. You're right. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It can all change. It's still early days.
And then we come on a Friday morning and see nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it can happen.
That's right.
Yeah, it can happen.
That's the second time we've seen that. Flying out there.
Oh well, it is, what happens.
Didn't mind me asking about the UK.
No, not at all. No, that's fine. It's not the first time, so it's okay. No worries.
I can take a photo of it.
No problem. And over the weekend as well, been very busy getting some more stats for reference for you for later. What I've got here is just for this section here is where an aircraft during World War II first became operational, the aircraft itself, the year, the squadron that they first became operational with. This little section here, the payload or bomb weapons bay, max speed, flight level, service ceiling on that, and I've also got a little bit about the engine just about, and the rated power. Got a little bit of a B-17 thing going on just on this bit here, and then of course our engine. So I've been quite busy. Got a bit of Gloucester Meteor there, English Electric Canberra. I just need to establish where they first see, I've got a little bit of homework to do here, look, where they first became operational, but it looks like I've got the squadron, look, 101 and 616. Look at that flight level, 48,000 feet on a service ceiling. Pretty cool. Gloucester Meteor, nice. There you go, that's what I get up to. always learning every this. I love writing stuff down. I can't, if I write it down, I can't just type it. I need to write it physically. It stays with me. Stuff that I need to remember for you. You know, as you get older, you do need a bit of help. Well, 1.8k watching and not one departure. That's pretty impressive. Sean Oliver, thank you very much. Hang on a minute, I can hear a jet down the taxiway. Where is this? Or is it might be the way sound's travelling at the minute. Weird, isn't it? I can hear, it could be the one that taxied back. No, it is coming. I thought I could hear it. You know, at the end of the day, like I said in previous streams, military aircraft can't just fly wherever they want to. They are restricted. They must, you know, provide flight plans, and civilian aircraft as well. They have to have a flight plan. You go off that, it could lead to a security issue. So if they were, you know, if one was training the other for something, or they were going on a, you know, they could have been having a BFM, basic fighter maneuvers, or aerial combat. Well, you can't really go on your own and do aerial combat, so things can change just like that. Okay, so we're back to 2 again. Let's see what we're going to get. Okay, meanwhile, we do have another F-15 that's sneakily taxiing down the catwalk. So we've got another, so that's our first two departures of the day. We've got another one that's back. I haven't been paying too close attention to the serial numbers. You have all probably done a better job than I have with that, but that's our first, oh you're all right, that's our first two that that have just gone out. So here we go, another F-15E Strike Eagle. We'll see what else we're going to get for the rest of the day, but I hope you're all good and well. Might be yet another one to taxi down. So thanks for joining us. It's a nice warm one, not as much punchy winds as we've had through the last few weeks. How you doing? All right? Yeah, you good?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not
good,
too bad.
Good.
That's just the first lot out, was it? Someone told me a couple of weeks ago, have they got some on deployment from here, so they haven't got so many?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, I thought you was in the know. Because
Some things I
thought
like
you
to know, some things I don't need to know.
All right, okay. I didn't think they exactly ring you up at home and say, right, Nicholas, what's actually happening in there?
No, I don't usually come here. Well, I have done, but I just thought I'd mix it up, do 2 days this week here.
It's always a bit of a shame that they quick time Friday. I'm always working on a Friday, so
right.
That always cheeses me off a little bit that I can't come down.
Well, it's not always on a Friday, so you're alright.
Perhaps I should change it and make it quick time Monday.
I have had a quick climb one Monday before. Right, where are we? Michael Woodringe, how you doing as well? Steve Broughton, oi to you. Ruth, Alex Raven, Righty, Point Charlie Crew, how's it all going? Doctor, Captain A, Hannah, Wee Stevie Boy, Righty, what's up? What how we doing, Hank, for Hugh? Hope we're all good. And well, thanks a lot for joining us. And it's a nice, calm, chilled. It's a bit like being at Mildenhall, but with fighter jets today at the moment, which is, you know, it can be quite nice to mix it up, but someone quite rightly pointed out that military aviation, it is unpredictable, and that is the beauty about it, really, in my opinion. Otherwise, we'd be doing civilian aircraft if we wanted to do something with a little bit more predictability. The AWCU firing a flare there, trying to scare wildlife as best to their ability. It is an ongoing battle, shall we say, something that will just be continuous. You can only control it, you can't get rid of it. Well, you could be all helping the channel get to 97k today. I know, it's just getting closer and closer to the 100. You know, it ain't no Kellogg special K. This is Ted Coningsby special K. You know how it is. Gucci man, how you doing? Oi to you, Meth and Chris White, LEJ approach, what up? No, that was quite interesting to see those hares just having a right battle, weren't they? That was very, very interesting. Was that here, or was it, no, that was at I'm just trying to think, it was at Marham or Mildenhall, one of those two. I can't remember whereabouts it was. In fact, we may have had them on both bases. One thing I have noticed, the hares are massive. I just got this funny feeling they eat well at military bases, so they're about the size of a muntjac sometimes. Some of them, what they appear to be anyway. Here we go. I don't know if this is going out on its own or waiting at the EOR. We'll find out in a moment. Let me just grab Grab the cam. Go. That's 3 departures for the day. Yeah, I thought I'd mix things up a little bit and come here twice this week. Why not? We usually finish it up if I do a full show here. See what we're gonna get. Do you know what I mean? And of course, I am loaded with history, which you know what that means. It's like the bait for for movements, which usually happens as soon as I start talking history. So that's pretty good. We can always rely on my history to make the aircraft come out. Just get that there. How we all doing? I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator, and I hope you're well. We are the Ted Coningsby channel, keeping things sweet and neat since 2021. You know it is. So I thought I'll bring our US Air Force flag to mix things up a little bit. We haven't put that on the show for a while. I mean, we usually have the RAF ensign, don't we? There's Ted and his US United States Air Force flag, which of course, as you can see, predominantly blue with the Air Force coat of arms, surrounded by 13 white stars at the centre. The 13 stars represent the original 13 American colonies, and the 3-star grouping at the top of the flag symbolises the 3 departments as well: the Department of Defence, Army, Navy and Air Force. So the flag was introduced back in 1951. It's got the US Air Force's crest and shield. The crest also has, if you can see that, the eagle, which of course is the national bird for the US. Let's have a look what else we've got. We've got a cloud there, cloud formation. That depicts, as far as I can remember, creation of a new firmament, and the reef composed of the 6 alternate folds of silver and blue. They incorporate the colours of the basic shield design, and of course you've got United States Air Force written on there. It was officially adopted by President Truman. You can see it usually flying alongside the flag of the United States as well. Chopper movie at the forest entrance. We'll just wave now, or Ted's waving. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Andrew Wright, thank you very much for 28 months membership. That's impressive, thank you Andrew. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Wee Stevie Boy again, Guards March, thank you for another super sticker, Guards March. Jojo, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Paul C with 13 months membership as well. Oh yeah, let's ride, thank you very much. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super sticker. That looks good, that cup of tea. I might go and get a mug now. And Seattle Coffee, congratulations on your 6-month milestone. Oi, thanks Nicholas for everything you do, and thank you as well. Nikki Banfield as well, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us today, Guards March. And of course, come join us as a member. Then you'll be able to get lots of YouTube perks from just £1.99 a month, including lots of our Ted Coningsby emojis. So members, you know what to do. And Andy Hancock, thank you very much. Thanks for your continued entertainment. Thank you so much for that, Andy Hancock, for that lovely super chat there. Thank you very much. Dee -dee 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 -dee. Bury down, bury down, bury down. That's hilarious. Made a lovely sound, that. Yeah, what I'll do today is I'll break the history up, which most of it I covered earlier just then, but what I'll do, because you kind of need to split the history up between sort of, you know, early Neolithic, Bronze Age, that kind of thing, which we've done. We covered the Anglo-Saxon period, and then of course you need kind of like the development into the Royal Air Force stages of it being built. There's other factors as well around the surrounding areas, especially the roundabout by Barton Mills, for those that are familiar with that, where the Travelodges and Burger King and McDonald's, that kind of thing around there, that massive roundabout. Around there was a few Royal Flying Corps airfields, and there was quite a few for training, even the US Airmen as well, from that time of the US Army Air Corps as well. So it's had like a quite a bit of a quite a lot of heritage relating to military as back as then. And what I'll do, without sort of repeating myself, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. What I'll do is I will oh, there's the don't forget, we can get yourself a 10HQ t-shirt as well. Oh yeah, let me move that back actually, so you can get a bit more. There we go. There's only so far back I can go on this van. Actually, let me move that as well. Yep, Ted HQ, what up? How's it going? Good old Ted HQ t-shirts. Don't forget, various t-shirts. There is a delay for those that have ordered. We have got a note on there, and you can't get rid of it unless you press dismiss on our website. There's a delay on our t-shirts. There's about just over 2-week delay if you've ordered it from the 11th of June till right up to the 30th. There is a delay on them. We won't be able to process. You can order it. It's fine. Get them in, because get them ready. But we will start commencing them. Basically, we've got our suppliers on holiday, so for the t-shirts. So we've got some in stock, which we may be able to do, but there is potentially a delay. All right, so just on the t-shirts, like I said, there are some that we do have in stock, because generally they take 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks anyway, when they're in stock. So it's not, it's not out of the ordinary. It's just an extra delay on them, that's all. Okay, so Claire Bear does kind of ship them out sometimes the week after, but if we've got anything that we can't make, it can take an extra bit of time. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? How we doing? Hope we're all good. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Hope we're all good, and hope you've been enjoying the show so far. So just a nice chilled out pace today, with just the 3 F-15s gone out. And again, just really quickly, I won't go into too much depth, because I did touch onto the sort of like the almost like prehistory. Like I said, I mentioned about 8,000 years ago, maybe more, maybe 10,000 years ago. I don't know how long that spring's been there, but they found remains there, and the old the original control tower was on this side of the base, basically opposite to where it is today. And there's a few grade 2 listed buildings still here, dating back from World War II and potentially World War I as well. But as far as I know, they've got some grade 2 listed, like pillboxes and things like that, and other buildings that are grade 2 sort of left there. So there's a lot of history inside the base already, and like I just mentioned then about a water supply, that was, back to basics then, 8,000-10,000 years ago. It is back to basics. You need water to survive. That is one of the things that we all think about in a survival mode, is water first, food after. It's one of those things. And if you've got a natural spring, then you are going to be fine then, especially a river, flowing water. And there is, around this whole area, Thetford, there are a lot of Anglo-Saxon settlements here, and here was one of them. And what's kind of cool is that it does have a link to military, as I've said before. So I won't go too much into depth, but I've mentioned that the very viewing area is built on medieval earthworks as well. Excavations started out in the 50s by Lady Briscoe, by the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Society, and the unit did the first excavations there. And you do need a lot of careful planning, and I suppose technology improved as we got into the late 90s. And it just so happened where just before you come to the main gate, you've got those. That sounds good, doesn't it? Startups. They're not brand new, but they kind of stand out as a sort of like new dormitories and buildings, and it's right by the baseball stadium. It took until 1997 for the very first excavations, and right up to 2002, where they found 427 graves. And like I said, men buried with swords, 2 of them with horses, 3 minstrels, that's men buried with liras, 1 man buried with a quiver of arrows, weapons. 96 of those were female of the 427, and they found thousands of glass beads and jewelry. And and for my background with archaeology, you know, burials can actually, there was communal ones, they're called long barrows, and they can be used for a long time, up to 1,000 years. You know, it's like a burial chamber. I won't go into too much detail, but there's some very interesting methods that I guess it was their way of life. They would leave bodies. There is a theory that they would leave bodies to rot. That kind of, before they buried them and then put them back. I don't know about that anymore. There's a lot of science that keeps changing all the time. They're kind of debunking that as a myth buster. And, you know, I do like to be a little bit diplomatic as well in my thoughts. You know, when you start hearing about stone circles and burials being aligned in a certain way, you know, we don't know the answer, but something is going to be aligned with something. Like if I was to draw a line, it's going to align with something, isn't it? So it's that, is it deliberate? But then when you start getting a lot of these things being built in that manner, then you kind of think maybe they were. If it was a one-off or very rare that some lined up, that's fine. But when you start getting lots, that's different. Going on a tangent, going back to my archaeological days. The main man himself, 5'10", he was found buried with all sorts of jewellery, his horse, sword, shield. What's left of the shield is the boss. And yeah, you can see this very, very person that was dating back to the 5th, 6th century at Mildenhall Museum. Check it out. It is open to the public. It's not on the basis in the town. It's amazing. It really is. And there's a lot of aviation stuff in there which you'll like as well. So 18th century, actually let's go back a little bit, Norman period, 11th century around there, 12th century, 1200s, yeah, 11th century. You've got the Normans brought the rabbits, like I said, with them, brought food in this very area as well. And I'll talk to you about the Lakenheath warrens that were built in the 18th century. So things were, you know, we're starting to progress. Now in 1900, so 20th century, I found some sources to suggest there was quite a lot of, there was a firing range. In fact, here, this location was a bombing range. So you'd have biplanes dropping bombs. And there was also a firing range during World War I here, and there were various airfields that were training US airmen as well as British Royal Flying Corps airmen here as well. That's something I'll need to dig a little bit deeper, sorry for the pun, but yeah, used as a bombing range. And of course we had 1918 during the First World War. Towards the last year of the war, the RAF became independent. Thanks a lot, Davey, for that. And not long after that, of course, we got the interwar period coming up. But in 1934, because we knew, you know, something was looming, RAF Mildenhall was built on the 16th of October that way, just 5.5 miles. So they were operating their Handley Page Hayfords. And this way, 2 years later, RAF Feltwell was built. Same sort of distance, about 5.5 miles. They started off with the Handley Page Harrow and then moved on to the Wellington. In fact, the Wellington Bombers' first ever home was over there at RAF Mildenhall eventually when it came out. I've actually got the stats here for you as well for that one. With 1938 RAF Mildenhall received with 38 Squadron, sorry, with 99 Squadron in 1938. Sorry, one sec. Might need a mine burial at this rate, hang on. But anyway, before I get to that, I just hate that when that happens. Yeah, so 5 Bomber Command Group was leading the way here, but that switched to number 3. 1939, even the village of Lakenheath, they actually did a Spitfire raising money charity fate fund, whatever you want to call it. They were fundraising for a Spitfire. They raised, I've got it here, they raised a total of £9,000. That's pretty much a Spitfire value from them. 1940s, Lakenheath was being built, but just before then, I've mentioned this before, this vicinity was actually a decoy airfield. What is a decoy airfield? There were 2 types. In fact, it wasn't just subject to the airfield itself. We also had decoy cities and towns and villages, and I cannot wait for October. Hopefully I can visit it, because obviously drone assist app, I want to get you some aerial footage. I need to check on the day if I can fly the drone. If not, I'll do you some ground footage anyway. I'm going to go and visit a decoy town or city, if you like. which was part of Operation Starfish. Check it out. Here we had either a K and a Q site for decoy airfield. It wasn't just for here. Decoy airfields, primitive in thought, but very effective. What is it? It's a fake airfield. We made it look like RAF Mildenhall. It was designed to be deceptive. So Lakenheath will be shut down, lights, even the villages would have to kind of what's the word I'm looking for, cooperate. They'd have to turn the lights off if they wanted to go out at night, use cloth or tissue in the torches so they can get around, dim the lights. And it's literally, a K site was a fake airfield to be operated in the day, and then at night they were called a Q site, so a special code. And literally plywood supplied was from the nearby village of Eriswell to make Wellington bombers. Why the Wellington bomber? Because Mildenhall was operating at the time. So this is between 1938 and 1940, just before Lakenheath was officially built. So there was fake hangars, fake aircraft. There'll be a officer in a bunker operating the lights at night to switch the lights on and make it look like Mildenhall. And from what I found, it was struck on 5 different occasions, which means it saved Mildenhall 5 times. So very, very effective. So that's pretty impressive, really. And like I've always joked about, that there'll be a poster that I found. I don't know how real it is, but I found a poster, and it was inside the bunker. I love this. Talk history, get aircraft. I love that. I can hear a spooling engine. Maybe they're testing. But I found a poster which apparently was inside a decoy airfield bunker for the officer to work at night all day. And it said that your job every night is to try and get bombed. It's not very encouraging to get to work, but that was literally the case. So there we go. I'm just going to go to RAF Lossiemouth first of all, before I get to 1941. So don't forget, Mildenhall built in 1934, Feltwell 36. Slap bang in the middle is Lakenheath. Lossiemouth is about 500-600 miles north from here, maybe, yeah, about that. And RAF Lossiemouth was a perfect location, especially in the 40s and early pre-World War, to train airmen. Perfect location, way out the way. Number 20 operational training unit. However, they found it strategic to lay mines, because obviously the enemy were attacking now from the north with ships as well. So mine laying was taking over. So actual operations during the Second World War were taken over, which meant that number 20 couldn't really get in their training. They moved all the way down here. I believe they went back to Scotland nearby. I think it was Milltown. I'll see if my drone can go up there when I go up there in September. Anyway, moving back here, number 20 brought with them the legendary Vickers Wellington bomber. Here it is. So this was the very first aircraft to operate here. What's interesting is that it was at RAF Mildenhall with 99 Squadron that first operated the Vickers Wellington bomber. There were various marks of this. In fact, it was the most produced bomber of World War II of the Royal Air Force. They were building these or assembling these at a rate of 28 a week, which is impressive. What's cool about the Vickers Wellington? Well, it was one that was built in the mostest, so over 11,400 of these were built in 16 different variants. The Mark III and Mark 10 onwards, the later ones had the Bristol Hercules. There were a lot more powerful engines on those, so that was kind of nice to add that. And I've got here, now let me just move that before that wind blows it off there. So yeah, what's cool is that you can just about see an example. Don't know if you can see that here. It's trying to show that it's made of a geodetic airframe. Can you see the chain link fence behind me? The fuselage, the wings, they were made of geodetic airframe, it was called, and it was designed by Barnes Wallis, the legend that built the upkeep bomb, or as we know it as the bouncing bombs of Barnes Wallis. He also created the high ball as well. For another secret squadron, 618. But the legendary Barnes Wallis made this amazing airframe, sort of like a lattice. It was called geodetic, and it was made in that way to take battle damage and easy to assemble or repair, and it certainly was. For its time, it was a good bomber, but it had a 4,500 pound of payload, bomb load, 235 miles per hour with 100 flight level of 180, so that's 18 8,000 feet for a service ceiling, which was actually 1,500 feet more than the short Stirling bomber, powered by these beautiful Hercules engines rated at 1,050 at that time. But there were upgrades to this. This is just the earlier one, sorry, had Pegasus engines. This is probably a Mark 10 because it's actually got the Hercules engines on this one. I can see, look at that. I think they had a good 1,200 horsepower, maybe at 1,300. I'll have to just double check that, but the Pegasus were always around 1,000, so these had a bit more power, probably in a coastal command sort of colouring scheme on this one as well, actually, looking at that. But there we go, this was the first to operate here at Mildenhall, a Vickers Wellington bomber. Now I've also got something else for you. I've left it down in the van. I didn't want to bring it up here, but I will show you it. So eventually number 20 did move back to Scotland, but it was interesting because they were an operational training unit and they trained pilots and crew on a particular aircraft, which in this case was the Vickers Wellington bomber. In 1942, Lakenheath was officially a satellite to Mildenhall. So Mildenhall is the main base, and it had here, I think it had Downham Market as well. It had another one as well with that. And in 1943, it did become independent, and it had 149 Squadron and 199 Squadron that moved from Mildenhall to here. And they brought with them the first ever 4-engine bomber, you know, from World War II. I always thought it was the Lancaster when I first started doing this, but I was way wrong. In fact, the Lancaster was the third. In fact, there was something else before the Stirling. It was the Supermarine 317, but sadly, with the 2 prototypes and the sad passing of R.J. Mitchell, the designer of Supermarine, who sadly passed away, the design and contract was given to Stirling, and the short Stirling, and the Short brothers created the short Stirling bomber from the short Sunderland. And look at this, let me just get you the short Sunderland. Sorry, the short Stirling. I will need to get you a Sunderland so I can show you how similar it was. So it was designed to a specification B1336. What's all that about? I may have got that wrong. It might have been B1236, sorry. Yeah, maybe. I'll go with that. Final answer. Yeah, I'll go with B1236. I might be wrong, but that was the specification. I can hear spooling engines. So yeah, so we were going to have a Supermarine bomber 4-engine because the Air Ministry really wanted something with a lot more power. They did have specifications that it had to have. It wasn't just because I was learning about how did they just go, right, let's build a bomber. They had, you know, and obviously when the Air Ministry brought out a specification, people would try and jump on it. We're like, oh, we can do that, but it had to be controlled, because I always wondered, how did they create this? As in, like, what made them build that? What made them build the Halifax? What made them build the Lancaster? It's really interesting because they had specifications. I can't remember how long this specification was going on for, whether it still applies today from that in that respect. But what it is, the specifications will be very detailed. It had to have a particular cruising speed, reach a certain speed, had to have a certain amount of bomb load, and literally would have to meet requirements. One of the requirements, and again, when I first started doing this, I fell down that sort of that cave of being trapped by the internet. What do I mean by that? Well, the short Stirling bomber was extremely long, all right, and it had only a 99-foot wingspan. Why? Because the maximum of that specification was 100 feet. I found out that the hangars could take 112 feet. So that goes out of the window. So if you come across a myth to say the short Stirling only had 100 maximum 100-foot wingspan because of the hangars, it's completely wrong, and I for one can admit that, but I debunked it. It was the specification that it was made to do. They actually wrote down not exceeding 100 foot. It had to have a particular criteria, and I've got, let's have a look. The short Stirling, although it had the right, you know, it had the right engines for it, and the Sterling was put into service in January 1941, and it was number 7 Squadron, who are now flying a Chinook. I know, at RAF Odium. Had 40, it could you know, the criteria was 14,000 pounds of bombs, all right, which was great, but I'll explain the problems. 282 miles per hour, service ceiling only at 16,500, and it was powered by the 1,500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines. First operated at RAF Leeming. Let me tell you some pros and cons, because I read that it did have to have a criteria where it could be transferred, probably the right word, to carry troops as well. So let's have a little look at some pros and cons of the short Sterling. Right, this nearly had a height of 7 meters. I know, how amazing is that? That's pretty amazing, isn't it? So our short Sterling bomber made it to become the first 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force. How cool is that, right? Right, so for those that are familiar with the short Sunderland, it's pretty much there. It is very, very interesting, because the original design, by the way, it was B1236, by the way. I'm just going to go with B1236 as the Air Ministry requirement. I hope that's okay to pop that in quickly. It had a crew of 7 and a length of 87 feet 3 inches. That's 26.59 meters. That's massive. Wingspan, like I said, 99'1", and the height was just short of 7 meters. It was 22'9", okay. Empty weight of 49,600 with a max takeoff weight of 70,000 pounds. And the problem was, right, so problem number 1, but before I get to that, I'm going to tell you something. So it derived from the short Sunderland, which was the flying boat. It had a 112-foot wingspan, okay, and it had the lower deck and a hull underneath. So the Short brothers literally just removed the bottom deck and the hull. It retained this angled bottom part like that, is to avoid the sea spray. They kept that bit actually. The wing, the tail and the stabilizer were pretty much the same, but what they did, they reduced the wingspan to 99'1", but what they did, they thickened it. Right, now here's the thing, here's a negative side, right? The problem was, because of the stubby wings, it wasn't able to get the lift, all right? Apparently it couldn't get the lift when it was fully loaded and fully fueled. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2, we said about having that ingenious and very, very good 14,000 pound of bombs. However, they divided it, had little dividers here, and you could only fit 2,000 pound bomb max on those. Just 2,000 pound. What were they making later? The 4,000 pound cookie bomb. It couldn't fit them the way they designed it. It's literally bad luck in that respect of what was out there. So that was another problem with that, okay? However, here's some good things about the short Sterling. Because of the length of it, with the stubbier wings, it was able to turn very, very well. So what I'm saying is that if it came under attack by enemy fighters, it was able to evade them. The Lancaster could certainly not do it, especially fully loaded, fully fueled. The Halifax couldn't do this either. This could. How awesome is that? So it was very, very maneuverable, because I read that pilots actually loved it. So there's a thumbs up for that one. Secondly, because of the amount of payload that it was meant to take, with the 70,000 pound payload, well, guess what they did? Yep, you got it. They were able to bring this into a different role, and it became the bomber that didn't bomb, right? So D-Day and other aspects of carrying troops, okay? So what was good at carrying troops was the 28 troop capacity of the C-47, right? Well, that can only go a certain speed, our Dakota. I haven't really spoken about the Dakota, but maximum takeoff weight on a Dakota was 31,000, right? 31,000 pounds. The speed, I'm just trying to think, I'm trying to remember the speed of the, yeah, 224, okay? Whereas the short Sterling can do 282 miles per hour. So if we think about the Horsa glider and how many people it can carry, we only need to do the maths then, really, because the Horsa glider from RAF Bryce Norton and RAF Fairford were able to carry more. It was more productive. It could take, the Horsa glider could take 28 troops. It could also take ammo and a few other things as well. So the Sterling actually outperformed the C-47, and it was put into a bomber that didn't bomb roll. So that's another positive. It can go faster, and it can carry more troops quicker, okay, than the C-47. So it was taken for that role. Next, even played a major part on D-Day with that, and also Operation Glimmer with the likes of 2187 Squadron. 218 Squadron were in Operation Glimmer. Inside here, they had chaff dispensers, or what they called window. It was to fool enemy radar. So it was actually quite maneuverable, but didn't have the height. It didn't do too bad, to be honest, and you know, and it's always nice to give a positive light on an aircraft, because of course we love aircraft, and here we go. So it did actually quite well. It can certainly take a bit of battle damage because the wings were actually quite thick. There we go. Right, I'm going to show you this quickly. Oh, just before I finish off the history of Lakenheath, I need to tell you about our, do you remember the story about Ron Middleton? I've managed to get the bronze cross book. You're going to love this. First time I'm going to show you it. It's a very old book dating back to, I think, 1946. Hang on, let me go and get it.
Page 74.
There we go. Right, this is cool. Okay, so for those that remember my story about an airman that led a Sterling to bomb Turin in November of 1942, I've got it. Look at this book, it's amazing. Look at this, there it is. There's Flight Sergeant, the Australian Flight Sergeant Ron Middleton. His name was just, I think they just called him Ron, and it tells you here about his valour, about his, it's even detailed here, his right eye destroyed after his plane had bombed Turin. November 1942, Flight Sergeant R.H. Middleton returned within sight of England, petrol almost exhausted. He ordered the crew to bail out. 5 landed safely. To avoid causing civilian casualties, he turned seawards and went down with his bomber. Look at this, and there's just loads here. All these awarded the VC, which was called here, but this is where the book's from. The date of this is, I'm sure it was in the 40s. Was it in the 40s? I'm going to have a look for you. I mean, it's just got that smell. First published December 1945. Look at this. It's got some remarkable stories. Yeah, and he set off 22nd. It was 22nd. It was late November. Took off. Let me just get you the. There should be some taxiing aircraft very shortly. The 28th of November 1942, and he took off with BF-372, the Sterling, and he was going to bomb the Fiat works in Turin. So he made his way, and don't forget, the short Sterling bomber didn't have the most amazing of service ceiling at 16,500 feet. So Ron, 28th of November, as he took off, that the mission was to bomb the Fiat works, because that was a lot that happened. It was bombing factories that would halt and pause the creation of other bombers, other fighters, and any other threats, such as the U-boat, the manned U-boat for the Augsburg raid as well. So Ron took off on the 28th with his Sterling, and it was appalling weather. And now I understand about the manoeuvrability when I speak about that it was able to turn quite well. With the bad weather, actually coming under fire, Ron actually made 3 low-level attempts to spot the target due to the bad weather. That's something you never hear. You normally hear them just try to bomb it and then just keep going and get out of, get out from that zone. But what happened? Flak did actually explode and hit his cockpit, and as you read there, his right eye was ripped out, and socket was and the exposure of the skull he had. All his limbs were literally wounded. He was losing a lot of blood, and he managed to drop the bombs on the Fiat works. Okay. And as he turned around, he headed for home. They come under attack it was a rough weather over the Alps. They came under attack again with more flak, and he was losing a lot of blood, and he went into a dive because he became unconscious, and some of his crew weren't in the best of ways, and he dived down from 10,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 6,000, 2,000, until he got to about 1,000 feet. He did manage to come round, and I think it got as low as 600 feet, and he managed to pull his Sterling. Now they were, due to all the evasive maneuvers and trying to get that target from the first run, he headed for home. And he told his men he was going to get them home, and he was asked how much fuel we got left, and he said 5 minutes. And they were over the channel, but 5 minutes of fuel wasn't going to be enough. Ron was worried that this aircraft could kill civilians, as it ran out of fuel. So Ron ordered his men to bail out. 5 of them did survive when they bailed out. They were rescued at sea. The other 2 did not. Okay, they were found the very next day. But Ron, what he did was worried about, harming and injuring and killing civilians. If this was the land, Ron just apparently turned it parallel and aimed it seawards until it just ran out of fuel, and he made sure that it was going to take him and the aircraft away from civilians. And sadly, he lost his life. But he was awarded the Victoria Cross posthumously. So that's something I wanted to show you. That book, it's the stories in there are just like it would just blow your mind. Okay, so after all the raids that were happening, 1944, there was supply drops to resistance, again using the short Sterling, becoming the bomber that never bombed, bless it. But 1945, Bomber Command were using the facilities as a signal school, and then during the time of 1945 and 47, the base closed, along with Sculthorpe and Marham. Those 3 were chosen to become a very heavy bomber base, a VHB base, and lots of work to extend the runways and make it wider to facilitate and accommodate a B-29. And in 1948, this was the turning point, because the US Air Force, sorry, I'm going back in World War II. The US Air Force arrived here with the 7504th Base Completion Unit, and eventually there were various bomb groups, such as the 2nd Bomb Group and the 307th Bomb Group, which we talk about at Marham, because they were there as well, waited for here to be built, and they came over here, and they were basically on a rotational purpose. There was B-50s here and B-47. So from 1948, when it was finally opened with the 7504th Base Completion Unit, this became a United States Air Force base, and has been since then. Now, Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing didn't arrive here until 1960. So there we go. I haven't really gone into too much depth on that part quite a lot. It's been a while since I've gone into full Lakenheath history depth, but there we go. Now I can hear spooling F-15s, but they're not here yet. So let's be patient and wait for them. They could be just running those, could be running that, and the engines on the one that didn't go out earlier, perhaps. Yeah, for those that wondered why it's called Short, they are the Short Brothers PLC. How you doing? All right, oi oi to you. You all right? Yeah, so that's why there was brothers. I think they may have been based at. Just trying to think where. So do you know? It's one thing going into detail, but something tells me they went from Rochester, Kent, and Belfast for some reason. Belfast. I'm sure they were in Belfast, but could have started out in Rochester. I could be wrong on that one, but very good question. I can't remember their names, but I'll just have a quick look. Was it Oswald? Maybe on the first lot, the very original brothers, but it was that's why it's called Short, because they were the Short brothers. Other manufacturers were the Vickers and Supermarine, Handley Page as well, another legend that was making aircraft as well. Right, just going to get a cup of tea.
How you doing? Right, it was Short, I think, at Rochester.
Yes.
It was on the
Yeah, I just it occurs to me, but there was, unless there was a Short Belfast.
I think there was.
I think that's where I'm getting that. That's right. It's just a bit of plastic. It's fun. I'll get it in a second. Yeah. Oh well. There we go.
How you doing, son? All right?
Yeah, good. How are you? All right.
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
Not bad. Quiet today, is it?
Yeah, a bit of a slow one today, but you never know.
Well,
This is
that's the
early.
thing, isn't
This
it?
is
Yeah.
early.
I think Mondays they start a bit later. Because Fridays they start early, don't they?
Hmm.
And it gives them a long weekend, I think.
Don't know, because I've had busy Mondays as well. So.
What, early start?
Yeah.
Really?
You just never know.
No. That's a nice day.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. I'll take that. That'll take that. But yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, Rochester. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there was a Short Belfast as an aircraft. That rings a bell. There's so many to learn, so much to learn, but it's all part of the fun. You keeping all right?
Never ending, is it?
Yeah. You keeping well?
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
Not bad. You all good?
Yeah, all good, man.
That's clear. She good?
Yeah, Claire's fine, thanks for asking. Yeah, she's good. Still got F-35s to come out yet, so
Yeah.
look forward to seeing them.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, them things, aren't they?
Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Really good. Yeah. Yeah, definitely one is on the move. Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Back on the camera.
Yep. Right, I hear nozzles. Thanks a lot, Triple Nick. How you doing, Nick Ward? Thank you very much, Alan Burden, Mark Moody, LEJ Approach, Joe Fagan, Chris White. How's it all going? John Probert as well. Keep on out. Down. Yeah. Let's have a look. The short Belfast. I'm sure it was a. I'm gonna have a look now, actually. There you go, short Belfast. Heavy lift turboprop. Manufactured by the Short Brothers. There you go. Only 10 constructed. It was a short Belfast C1. There you go. RAF service. There, Bryce Norton. There we go. I thought so. Yep. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And again, once again, thank you very much everyone for supporting the channel, helping us get to 97,000 subscribers. Wow, 100k is not far away. Okay, here we go. Needed a little fix. This is the what? Maybe this was the one that. Yeah, this could be the one that went back earlier this morning. Just having a little fix.
It's going to have to be going a bit quicker than that if he wants to take off.
Yeah, for those that were tuned in early this morning, I wonder if that's the same serial number that just had a, maybe it's just come back to have some work just to see if it's running okay with the nozzles.
Better get Reggie out there, mate. We've got a problem. Go for Reggie.
Yeah, it's I know we love the Fweep sound, and if we just go back to, it's that time of year for wasps. If we go back to our jet engine here, our turbo fan engine, if we go here, there we go. Mind you, it's almost like our F100 PW229 except that it has, it's got 3 LP compressor stages and 10, not, I think I've got 30. Should we count them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Anyone know a 14 stage compressor? Let me know. Okay, so for those that are interested in how that Fweep works, okay, so somewhere, I don't know, I'm going to make it up, somewhere about here, let's go with here, maybe that's what this is. This is called a conversion exhaust nozzle control. What on earth does that mean? Basically, it controls the geometry of the exhaust nozzles. This is the exhaust nozzle, it opens and closes. Okay, you can get different types. Now our Pratt & Whitney F100 family features a pneumatic system, or which basically pushes air through actuators. It's got like an actuating system, okay, which pushes air through and controlled by the conversion exhaust nozzle control. All right, there's a little control and it uses pneumatics to open and close these. Now this air is so quick, it makes this little Fweep sound. So why is it important anyway? Why doesn't it just open? This is a very good question to ask, because why don't we just have it open all the time? The thing is, it needs to control the hot gases in here, okay, and it needs to control the airflow to control the hot gases, because if this was stuck, like I think is what we had here, this could potentially cause a flame out because it's not getting the right pressure. Because you've got to remember, you've got a lot of hot gases in there. They need to be expelled and the thrust needs to be controlled. And the way to do that is to open and close the exhaust nozzles through this lovely geometry of the petals or turkey feathers. If you've got one open and one fully closed, okay, and you've got the afterburners on, it will most likely cause a flame out. It opens and closes to match the exhaust gases that are coming here and also to create that pressure as well, especially when you're putting on full afterburner, because in afterburner mode it has its own chamber, it has its own section of afterburner. It has these fuel blades that actually just bleed out, spray out fuel to non-compressed air, meaning that it's not very economical but gives you the power. So to control the hot gases and the pressure, it needs to be able to open and close correctly to match the air pressure and to control the airflow. You get that stuck, it's almost like blowing a balloon. It's, you know, when the pressure starts to get bigger and bigger, it's quite harder to blow through that, so it becomes harder to do so. So this is why it's really important. So if you got one exhaust nozzle not opening or closing properly, you're going to get a flame out. So the likes of the F-35's actuating system for the exhaust nozzles, it's done hydraulically, so there is no Fweep because there's no air that's been pushed through. Ole Westphalen, how you doing? Watching from Denmark. Oi oi to you. Stuart Palmer, how you doing? Oi oi. Hope you're good. LEJ Approach watching from Germany. Chris Bloxham, how's it going? Righty. Hope you're good, man. Hank Verkuel, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Stephen Billings, Martin Skeet as well. Martin, how you doing, man? Meth, hope we're all good. So hopefully we'll be hearing the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100 engine spooling up hopefully soon.
The initial runway at 3, full stop for 1.
Not far now. There we go, 2 ships just behind me. On initial, we'll go into the break. And into downwind, here we go. Remember if this is a low approach. Let's have a look. and F-35s have just started up. I can hear a tone of the F-135 PW100. Hang on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can hear it. Can you hear that on your screen at home through your audio systems? I might be wrong, hang on. It might sound like lorries with their warning audio on, hang on. It's amazing how sound travels Doppler effect and gets distorted by the time it gets here. Pete Mitchell, love it.
Slow one today, Nichols.
Yeah, it's fine. It's only 11:36.
Oh, alright. You reckon he'll hop up a bit later on then?
Yeah. I can hear F-35 spooling in the distance, so I'm 80% sure I can hear them. Okay, Point Charlie, here we go. I'm pretty sure I can hear F-35s. So our last Eagle is arriving very shortly from Point Charlie. I think so. We'll see.
Nichols, are you going to be at the Old Buckingham Air Show this year?
Saturday. I'm sure we're going on the Saturday.
Yeah, I've got tickets for.
You have? Oh, cool. We'll see you there.
My stepson's going. He went last year.
It's lovely. It's great there. It's nice. I'm sure we're going on the Saturday.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
hang
it's
on.
Saturday.
No, that's Shuttleworth, I'm thinking. Yes, Saturday.
I think it's the 26th of July.
Yeah, I'm
isn't it?
sure we're going on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Is that only for one day?
No, it's 2 days, but
So
it's
this.
over a Monday and Saturday and Sunday.
That's
but
right.
I've got tickets for the Saturday.
Yeah, we have as well. So looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good fun.
Well, are you going in your?
No, we can't
just
there.
going for,
Yeah,
like,
just
you know-
take the camera, film it, put it on later.
Yeah.
Yeah. All good.
I'll see if I can spot you.
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, it's always a good crack, that. I love that.
I used to go to the one in Waddington, but years and years ago, and then they stopped it, didn't they? They had problems. I think it was over COVID or something. I'm not sure.
Ah, right.
And then it just stopped, and it never started up again. So that was always a pretty good one.
Here we go, Point Charlie. Here we go. So if you hear Point Charlie, it's just over the trees. They'll go into downwind. At 100% now I can hear the Pratt & Whitney's awesome, huge turbo fan. Oh yes, the F135 PW 100. Yes, which is applied to the F-35A. 43,000 pounds of thrust. That's equivalent to strapping a human being to a rocket, pretty much. Nicely done. So that's all our aircraft back, I believe. So we've got, what I can hear are the engines from the F-35As. So we've, if I'm right, we will be having a nice next wave of F-35 departures.
same time. We use it many.
So yeah, won't be long now. Definitely not hearing them, because sometimes you can get what's called Lakenheath tinnitus. After being here for such a long time of hearing engine spooling, you can still hear it. And let us know in the comments, let us know in the chat room if you get that when you've after a lot, you know, after a good day at Lakenheath. You can, you know, as you drive off, you can still hear those spooling engines. I for one, I've certainly will put my hand up straight away for that one. If you do as well, let us know. Stephen Norris, Alex Black Cat, Edward Coates, Dr. Alex Black Cat, how you doing? LJ Approach, Bundes, Robert Owen, Mark Moody, how's it all going? Chris White, hope we're all good and well. Aspen, what up? How we doing? Hope we're good. Righty72, how you doing, man? Hope you're good as well. Regards to Keno as well, and Chris Bloxham, Davey, you know how it is. Righty says I get it all the time, you know how it is. Yep. D-Max, welcome. Aspen, what up? How you doing as well? Now, although I can still hear the 229s off the F-15s somewhere in the distance, I can hear the F135 PW100s. There's our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. How you doing, Ted? That was a good one. Not seen that before. What's that little so wind's picked up a little bit. Clive Bruce celebrating 27 months. Oi oi, all the way from Utrecht. Nice. Thank you for your 27 months membership. Stephen Draper, welcome. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Richard Joy celebrating 29 months membership. Thank you very much. Still loving the channel. Guards March. Mark Moody, congrats on 97k. Won't be long till that silver plaque. I know, right? It's getting extremely close, you know. I can't wait for that. Alan Flelo, member for 5 months. Thank you very much. Kurt Cat, Guards March. Thank you for the super chat. He's put for some salmon nibbles, and that sounds delightful. Avro out. Yeah, I think so. Right, where's trouble? Come on. Oh, I'll tell you what, right? Ted's just lost his beret, but that was my fault. It was me that knocked that off. Keno, send it. How you doing, man? Mark Spitfire, Mark Garwood, how you doing? Oi oi. Yeah, I dropped Ted's beret there. I knocked it off. So I've always said that you can get quiet ones here, and today is well, there you go, proves the point. You know, don't always expect it to be back to back. But I don't mind them, because I don't mind the quiet days. They're a lot more, you know, they're chilled out, we can have a good chat. I never want to see aircraft, I get that, but I like to be able to show you the reality as well. You know, if it's always back to back, then you know, because to be honest, if that did happen, it would be the wrong impression, because this is what can happen. You know, if you came here all week, there's going to be a day that's quieter than the other day. You know, it's natural. But there we go. This is what can happen. And there was one time, in fact two, wasn't it? One we were live, wasn't it? A C-17. Was it Halloween? That's all we got. A C-17. That's it. It landed, and that was the end of it. We were there all day. Nothing. And there was one time on a Monday, actually it happened, of all days, it was a Monday as well. There was literally, we were waiting and waiting, there was no flying whatsoever. There was an issue there was some sort of, I don't know what it was exactly, what could have been the right reason for it, but we were waiting and waiting, and it was a no. So you can get 0 days, so always have that in the back of your mind. Peter, Kerry, how you doing? Hope you're good. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with our F-35s at the minute. So it is a ground run. I'm 100% it was an F-35 spooling, but the wind can really play tricks and muffle sounds. So here's a good example. Sorry, I forgot I still had it on the... So here's an example about why they don't have the lights here for incoming aircraft. Just so we've got the road over there, look. It is 40 miles an hour at this section. And you probably think, well, hang on a minute, that the runway's just, look at that, it's just there. It's not far from the road. I know it can be deceiving, but it really isn't far from the road. Probably about the same as runway 25. But the difference here is that Coningsby runway 25, they probably take off about here. Now, remember the blast pad chevrons. Look how long, look how many there are. Look at the touchdown or the takeoff or the threshold. It's all the way here. That is you know, a massive distance from the, and especially, you know, look how far that is. So that's why they don't have lights here. But because we do have a main road, what they've got, again, a different material. You can't land on it, you can't take off from here. It's made of a softer mixture of concrete and asphalt, and it's these yellow, they're blast pad chevrons for safety from what's beyond it. So you can overrun it if you need it for emergency. If you're coming into land and you need to use a bit more runway, that's fine. So that's why. So that's why they come over here, and that's the distance. So you're taking off from there, and then the heavies usually take off further down anyway. So that's interesting. So we can see some sort of yellow marks. I'm wondering if that's where the heavies are. I wonder. I don't know. That's interesting. But there we go. That's the reason why there's no lights here. And then someone mentioned about this box here. Again, I mentioned it on the stream. So if you are approaching that, you can cross over. Okay, but if you're coming towards it, aircraft have to stop. You see that? It's not a broken. Those two lines at the top, those two permanent lines that go right across from left to right, or right to left, whatever, they're two unbroken lines. If you are coming towards it from above, let's say, okay, so if you're coming from the catwalk, you have to stop at those lines when you come to them. If you've just landed and you're approaching this, okay, so from right to left, you can go over that, you don't need to stop. So you'll need clearance if you're going from catwalk. That's why they stop there sometimes. If they're ready to go out, they'll stop here. That's the holding point. All right, that's what those are. And if we were elevated, those lines will be painted, the thick lines that are unbroken and those broken dashes as well. All right, but you can't see them from this angle. .2 litre sound laughs the P47 Thunderbolt with 46 litres. You know how it is.
No, it gets quite good on these. Nice car, isn't it?
23 miles to the gallon. Laughs the F-16, 3,000 litres per hour, 9,000 litres per hour with afterburner. Love it, love it. Well, what's happened to my F-35s? Not moody, innit? Nicholson is P47s. I love the P47. Kino's there as well. How you doing, Kino? Kino, send it. Neil Clark watching from Scotland. How you doing? Mark Moody, oi oi. Well, one of those days, which makes us appreciate the busy days, eh? Shaky H2000. I will. Ted needs to give them. Take it. Oh dear. I'll get Ted. I'll send Ted over. I'll see what happens. Tell you what, this looks cool. This KC-135. Let's see if I can get a few shots of it. So Mildenhall, just 5.5 miles the way the backwards crow flies, and it is a United States Air Force in Europe base. The KC-135s are flown by the bloody 100th, the 100th Air Refueling Wing. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you, the F-35 engines have disappeared at the minute, sadly. Look how much heat haze there is. But this is about 5.5 miles, right?
It must be from Mildenhall. Oh, I don't know. Going up now, though, isn't it? It's above the trees now.
I was up here last week.
Really?
That's right, it's coming to land.
You see, I saw a lamp flying over there earlier.
Yeah.
They're coming now, though. Turn around again now.
Matt, you won't believe it. Hello? You won't believe it. Listen, this is the message literally just come through now in just a minute. Mark, the guy that I have known several times by the contract with. Hello, Isabella. I'm sorry to say I won't be able to start work with you, unfortunately. A personal matter has come up, and I have to leave to return to today. My apologies.
Here we go, low approach.
Literally, you could not
On the KC-135.
He has come to say
So circuit bashing now, isn't it? Look at this.
all this fucking
Lovely. So a nice little low approach there from the KC-135. I'll leave it here, see if we can catch it just going past, but doesn't sound good from the rest of the things. No worries.
And this is the last weekend. This is the last weekend that baby's been happening as well. Now, obviously, I was going to go there today anyway, so I'm going to go and find out tomorrow. But I need a solution.
Arrival, quid 1-4 is on the go. We are looking.
I just need to read this out to you, then you can see it's not my fault. Like, it's not like I'm not moving, because I'm starting to think people are going to think that I am the cause of this, or I'm so picky, or I'm horrible to these people. No, but it's just, I think two steps forward, one step forward.
Well, sadly, the engines have disappeared for a moment, so just have to ride this out. I'll probably go and have a cup of tea and just see what I can gauge. That was a shame, wasn't it? Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. Oh, I know what I could do. Talk history, make aircraft appear, right? That's what normally happens. I guess loudspeaker has improved on mobile phones lately.
1
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? That was a lovely cup of tea. Hope we're all good and well. Yeah, it's definitely a slow one here today, but slow. But you never know, it might pick up. Let's see what we're gonna get. Alright now, how we doing round here now? My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment there now. What's going on round here? All the pretty little planes gone there. What happened to that stealthy one there now? It's been quite quiet today there now, but that's fine there now. I'm able to do me perimeter checks there now. Just making sure it's all good there now. My name's Reggie. I'm part of the RAF regiment there now. Hey Dave, what's going on? Alright, Drew, how you doing round there now? Yeah, I'm alright, Current bun's out, that's the main thing, innit? It's nice and warm, mate, nice and warm. It's alright, it's pretty good. Not as more windy as the other days. Oh, no, the winds have settled down there now. I remembered you said about Morecambe Mindy there now. Thought you were talking about the show there now, but it's all about the wind there now, innit there now? Yeah, that's it, mate, that's it. So what are you doing round here? Just been helping out today with the fighter generation squadrons here today, just helping out with their ground crew, you know, me working hard, you know, getting those longers and lingers in places and using my mince pies to examine the aircraft and all that. Yeah, we had a bit of a situation on one of them, but we sorted it out. Oh, what was wrong there now? It was probably the nozzle control system, the convergent exhaust nozzle control system, you see. It's sometimes they do play up. You need to just give them a little bit of a service, do you know what I mean? Well, I don't even know what a convergent nozzle exhaust chucking is. Now, not chucking. Well, what do you mean there now? No, it's like a controlling system for the actuating system for the exhaust nozzles. They open and close basically. All right, and how does it all work there now? Well, it pumps through air, okay? Oh, all right, pumps through air there now, like yeah, okay. And it helps open and close the geometry of the exhaust nozzles. They open and close. All right, why does it need to open and close? I remember when I was driving my big Ford Cortina there now. Actually, I had a Ford Capri and all. I had a big exhaust that didn't open and close, did it? Yeah, you see, these have got thrust, and all the hot gases, you need to be able to open and close them to match the air pressure, you see, because these have got a different chamber. They've got combustion chamber, then they've got the afterburning chamber as well. So all those hot gases need to be controlled and managed, and when you've got full afterburners, you need to be able to open and close them, otherwise it doesn't allow the right amount of air pressure. All right, I suppose, yeah, all right there now, I suppose, isn't it? Oh dear, you right there, ma'am, all right there now? Hope you're all right, got some cough sweets there now? Yeah, it's all good, do you know what I mean? All right, so what are you doing, you all right? Yeah, just doing me perimeter checks as usual, just making sure it's all good. You right there, look? Oh dear, yeah. Yeah, you all good though, yeah? Yeah, just been all good. I've been listening to a bit of music. Oh, have you? What have you been listening to? Oh, I've been listening to do you remember the Monkeys? Oh, I love them. Oh, I didn't know you were into that. Yeah, but the missus was having a go at me last night, told me to stop singing. It's one thing I eat chucking, but she told me to stop singing. I was listening to the Monkeys, told me, Reggie, could you stop listening to the Monkeys? She was so upset. And then I saw her face. Oh, that's a good one. That is good. You're learning the ropes there, Reggie. You're learning the ropes, mate. I like that one. Yeah. That's what I've been learning off you then. Comedy Ted, where is he? Well, he's somewhere over there. Is he? All right, I'll have to go and have a look now. I'll go and have a look at that there now. Yeah, that's it there now. Yeah, good job runways are not circular, are they? Well, why is that? Well, no point in a circle, is there? Mate, what is going on with you? What's going on? Right, listen, I've got to go to the kebab shop. There's some lovely kebab shops in Brandon now. Where? Whereabouts? Oh, straight into town. See ya. I'm going. Do you want anything? I love some sweets. Can you get me some of those flying saucers? Oh, I'll see if there's a sweet shop there now. I'm gonna go and have a look. I know there's like some sort of supermarket. I might be able to get you some sweets there now. All right, you behave yourself there now. I like you, because you keep your feet on the ground there now. But with you keep the aircraft flying though, innit, eh? Right, ciao. Did he just say ciao? When did he start learning Italian? Dear oh dear. Must be the weather, do you know what I mean? Dear oh dear. Oh, everyone's been learning jokes. I've got a bit of catching up to do, haven't I? Oh well, I have to go and get Comedy Ted. Might have to go and see him. Yeah, my name's Grand Crew Drew. Nice to meet you. I've been helping out with the Fighter Generation Squadron. I've also been having a look at the 48th Logistics Readiness Squadron as well. Bit like Mildenhall's, bit like what Casey does. You know, got to get all those bits ready, and you've got to have what the pilots need and the aircraft needs and all that. But yeah, right, mine, how you go. See ya. God, look at all that heat, hey, it's amazing, isn't it? Sean Oliver, how you doing? Yeah, he's just come back from Spain. You alright there, buddy?
Enjoying the programme?
Thank you. Yeah, I could talk about history and make the aircraft come out, I think that's what we're going to have to do, I reckon. What do you reckon? It normally works. Oh, 1 minute I can hear F-35s and the next minute I can't. One of those things, isn't it? Ja, guten Tag. How are you? My name is Jens from Germany. How are you? I hope you're okay. This is yes, a lovely day here in the UK. It's lovely. It's very good. Very good. Nice for a barbecue today. And I had lots of sausages yesterday. I enjoyed them. I was having a barbecue. Yes, I was at the Clabber house. It was lovely. I was invited and I brought along, I was allowed to bring my good friend Jürgen. That's right, Jürgen Klinsmann, he's very good. Die Bundesliga.
What up? How we doing there, Jens? You alright?
Ah, you there? How are you there, Casey? How are you? You good?
Well, I'm right there, sir. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm very good. I'm just admiring this lovely weather.
Yeah, it's a mighty fine day, sir.
Yes, and whereabouts are you from?
I'm from West Coast, California.
Ah, very good, very good. I used to go there.
Oh, did you now?
Yes, I used to go surfing.
I didn't see you as a surfer, sir. No offense.
Ah, yes, very good. I had very good footwork and very good balance. I'm very skilled at surfing. I used to love it. I used to love surfing away.
Oh, wow. You still do it now?
Yes, I'm going to a place called Cornwall, and I will be going to a little place called Trabawith. It's very good. You must come with me. We must go. We must take our barbecue and bring food. Bring the one that has the appetite.
Ah, you mean Reggie? Yeah, he's good.
Ah, yes, bring him as well.
I got what you need.
Ah, yes, you work in the department where all things are in your pocket. Family channel, guys. Ah, yes, sorry there, Nikos. Yes, Cut. Paul Burrows, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh yeah, anyway, we'll just have to cut this. Who writes the script, man? Oh dear, who writes the script, innit? Oh man, that was funny. Oh god, I love those moments here because nothing I can do. Oh man. You know how it is. Oh good. Wow, it made us giggle, it made us laugh. It was harmless humour. Oh dear, that's the thing, innit? You could, it's just I love the way the bears react. I think Comedy Ted did write that. I think he did. I think it'll be time for lunch. I might just go and get some lunch then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'll be right back.
I'll have the biggest bug you got.
Certainly a quiet one here today. Hiya, how's it going?
Okay, you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good to see you.
You too, you alright?
I only see you on YouTube.
From the other side of the North Sea. So,
Oh wow, whereabouts?
Well, the Netherlands.
Oh
We
wow,
live
cool.
halfway, so
Oh, right.
And you have a wait for our son there.
our son is over
Yes, I
there.
did. I got
give you
Ted
a-
to wave. I
yes.
did see it. Yeah, he's at the forest entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Oh wow, cool. Is he still there now?
Yes.
All right. What's his name?
Job.
Job. Oh yeah, de Mui.
Yes.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
Job de Mui.
Yes.
Is that how you pronounce that?
No, the Mooi.
The Mooi.
De Mui. Okay,
It's,
cool.
in English, beautiful. Mooi.
All right, cool.
And Le Beau in French.
All right. Cool.
We hear that Thursday and Friday they closed here.
I believe so. Yes, I'm
Yes.
pretty sure. Yeah.
And you have another.
We may go tomorrow, but they don't fly too good there, I think.
Well, I was there last week. I think I had 9 F-35s.
Oh,
I
that's
think
not
it was.
bad, that's not
Oh,
bad.
yeah, it's 10 is 10 is good for Marham. Anything more than 10, so 9 isn't too
Okay.
bad.
Yeah.
So
What would be a good time to be there?
I don't really know. 9 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 9.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 9 o'clock would be fine.
It's about 45
Pleasure
minutes
to see you,
drive
Nick.
from here.
You
so
too.
it's,
You take care. All right.
care.
Bye.
It's about 45 minutes drive from here.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad, is it?
No, it's not too bad. You make a lot of kilometers, I think.
Yeah, it's fine. You got to do it. You got to be in it to win it. Got to be in it to win it.
They are flying now. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm gonna wait till
You
maybe
never know
2.
here.
I'll wait till about 2ish and
Ah,
see.
exactly.
2 o'clock-ish. And ladies, gents and teddy bears, I give you Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted. And Comedy Ted, how you doing? You good? Yeah, Comedy Ted's enjoying it. Although I do have to translate for him because the bear language frequencies are the same as Red Ted's, which you can't really hear that. And I'll tell you what, why don't I get Wingy? Could get Wingy, couldn't I? Should I get Wingy with this? I could do. Wingy, do you want to translate for me?
Hello, post officers. Yes, how are you there, Comedy Ted? Yes, bringing the cheer. Yes, Ah, so do you read books? You do? Oh, yes. What's the latest book you're reading? Oh, lovely. Oh, that's a good book, yes. And, oh, dearie me. Comedy Ted says he went to the library and he's hooked on this book. It's about anti-gravity. He just can't put it down. That's very good there. Very good. Yes, what's that? Is there? Oh dear. Comedy Ted says there's a... Really? Comedy Ted says there's a wolf. Where? Just a regular one? Oh dearie me, dearie me, dearie me.
Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted? How you doing, Comedy Ted? You alright? Yeah, Comedy Ted's just enjoying it.
Oh, what's that there, Comedy Ted? He went to the zoo, yes. Comedy Ted says he went to the zoo. He went to this really unusual spot where he saw a piece of toast in the cage. A piece of toast in the cage? Oh, and he said there was a sign there and it said bred in captivity. Very good there, very good. Good show, chap, good show, yes. Chalks away!
Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted. What's that, Comedy Ted? Oh dear, oh dear. Comedy Ted says he's
Wait 1 moment, let me do this. You're a bit slow there, Nikos. Comedy Ted says he went to Waitrose the other day. Oh, you shop at Waitrose. Darling, bring the monocle. Comedy Ted says he filled his fridge up the other day with lots of cheese. Lots and lots of trees, yes, lots of cheese. Oh, you're a cheese person, yes? Ah. And then what happened? Oh, dearie me. He said that his fridge blew up yesterday and there was debris everywhere. Right up, pass me my monocle. Yes, ha.
Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted.
Bye-bye.
Bye, take care, bye. Plain Spotted Tone, how you doing? Thanks a lot, Plain Spotter Tone. Thank you very much. Right, I think what we're going to do, one last shout, talk about history, and then hopefully we'll bring the aircraft out. Usually do, don't we? Let's see. I'm trying to let all this blow away. I'll make sure I've got everything I need. There we go. Oh, I know what I could do. Have that ready there. Happy days. Right, I think we're all good to go. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're just waiting for hopefully some more movement, and while we wait, just gonna see what we got here at RAF Lakenheath's history, which we talked about earlier in the show today. So we covered the whole history of RAF Lakenheath, from literally from 8000 BC to right up to, what did we say, 1948. So we covered a few aspects, the people that once were here in the medieval time, 5th and 6th centuries, and once we get to 1948, we then have to flip over to what was going on when the 48th actually became activated, and that happened on the 15th of January 1941. Now, they weren't a wing status then, they were a bomb group. Okay, so this, if you are searching for the history, you won't find anything pre-1952 about the 48 Fighter Wing, because they weren't a wing then, and that's the minefield that I fell into. So they were activated 15th of January 1941 as the 48th Bomb Group Light. They were activated at Hunterfield, Georgia. There were 54 of these activations. They were known as aviation, the first aviation objective, and it was put into place because of the potential threat in the Pacific And they did that for good reason, because look what happened on the 7th of December of 1941. So it took about 11 months to realise this was, you know, a good idea, although the devastation and destruction, including the ships and the aircraft, there was so many early B-17s that were lost as well in that, and various other aircraft, really hindered the infantry and really put a massive dent in the inventory of the United States defense as well, and their Army Corps as well. But they were activated as the 56th, 57th and 58th, 55th, 56th and 57th bombardment group, bombardment squadrons light, sorry. Should say that again. 55th, 56th and 57th Bombardment Squadrons Light. They had a letter L which denominated for light. And then another squadron that they activated was the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. They were flying various aircraft such as the A-24, A-31, until eventually the P-39 and the P-40 Warhawk, and eventually, of course, later on in sort of 1944, the legendary P-47 Thunderbolt. But on the 28th of January 1942, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron became the 88th Bombardment Squadron, and they were flying the B-18 Bolo. The other squadrons were renamed as well. The 55th became the 492nd, 56th became the 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th Bomb Squadrons Light. And that kind of was the start of the lineage as far as the numbers that we recognise today, although the lineage does go all the way back to 41, but they were indeed different numbers. Eventually the 88th Squadron became the 495th Bombardment Squadron Dive. They became a dive squadron. I know, they had a letter D. And they were doing lots of like training, and in March of 1944 the 495th actually moved to a fighter group, the 407th. But the 407th fighter group deactivated on the 1st of April 1944. Why the move? I could only come to the conclusion that which you've seen in the past, of the organisation between an air force, the division, the wing, the group, and then fighter groups usually had 3 fighter squadrons. So I'm just going to guess and just say, because there were 4, I'm going to guess that they moved them to another group. I guess. What I can do, actually, I should have a look at the 407th Fighter Group and see, actually, if they had a 4th, if they were 4 squadrons or 3, and if it's 3, that kind of makes sense, which, yeah, I'll have a look at that. On the 21st of March 1944, the 492nd, 493rd and the 494th, the 48th Fighter Group, set sail. The men set sail on the Ile-de-France and the Queen Mary. They reached RAF Ibbsley, and they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. Now, we've all heard of the 8th Air Force, the mighty 8th. Well, the 70th Fighter Wing were actually part of the 9th Air Force. Who are they and what do they do? Well, they played a very different role during World War II, the 9th Air Force. They specialised in supporting the army on the ground, so a lot more close air support, a lot more reconnaissance, and low-level ground attack missions. And their mission was to target strategic gun positions, tanks, all that kind of thing, to help the army advance. So the 8th Air Force's fighters usually engaged in more aerial combat because they were escorting the bombers. So that was a little bit of difference. The training involved, it was rigorous training program designed to train them on their future important role, from dive bombing, close air support, night flying, glide bombing, low-level reconnaissance and patrol missions as well. On the 30th of May 1944, they officially dropped the title bomber, so they were a fighter bomber squadron and then became a fighter squadron and the fighter group. So the 48th were a fighter bomber group and they became a fighter group. They dropped that, which you will hear this quite a lot through the history. On D-Day, they took part in majorly on the Normandy campaign on the 6th of the 6th, 44, on the 9th of that D-Day. All that training that they put into place, they bombed bridges, gun positions, destroyed vehicles, railway lines, visual reconnaissance, as well as close air support to the army. Of the 14,000 sorties of the Normandy campaign, 2,000 of those were done by the 48th Fighter group and its squadrons. Now I'm going to show you the legendary P-47, because, you know, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? So I'm just going to show you this there now. There we go. I'm just going to show you our P-47. Now, I know this is our Razorback. They did make half and half of these, about 7,500 of the other one, designed by Cartvelli. It's basically the World War II's A-10 Thunderbolt, hence why it's called a A-10 Thunderbolt 2, because it got its name from this, because it played a similar role. In fact, the 48th and of course the P-47 kind of innovated close air support. Now, close air support wasn't always armed. It wasn't always an armed close air support. Sometimes close air support could mean, can you check if there's any, basically a reconnaissance, can you check if there's any tanks in the area, because tanks, Tiger tanks, were a big threat. The armament on this was phenomenal. It had 8 50-inch, just 12.7mm M2 Browning machine guns with 425 rounds per gun. That means 3,400 rounds in total. This is beginning to sound like an A-10. It could carry bombs and HVR VAR unguided rockets. It could carry the 10 5-inch thick rockets as well. So it had all that. Max speed was around 426 miles per hour. The range got better. It did get better with the introduction of drop tanks at 1,030. Service ceiling of 40. So I'm getting attacked by a wasp. Go away. 42,000 feet service ceiling as well. Now, the power plant was the legendary Pratt & Whitney R2800, a 46-litre 18-cylinder air-cooled. Now, it's really important about the air-cooled. Let me just show you my little diagram. There's our look at this, beautiful. Yes, there were superchargers and turbochargers in World War II, for those that don't know. This is our sort of inside our P-47. Do you know, I didn't draw the, there's little exhaust inlets here as well that open and close, which you may notice on a P-47 Thunderbolt. Now, it is cooled by air. Now, the intake, you can actually fit a human being, by the way. There's photos of a human being. It was the tank of the skies. If you were to sit a Spitfire, actually I'll show you what a Spitfire would look like sat next to one of these. I mean, it would be about there. It would engulf it. What a clever engine. So the R2800 double wasp 18-cylinder would scoop in all that air and bring it all the way back to the supercharger, the impeller. Now, it would compress the air. They even had a compressor here. How amazing is that? Sounds quite modern, doesn't it? And then that air, once compressed, will go to the intercooler, will cool the air down from the heat created from the compression. I mean, if you ever pumped a tyre on your bike or your football, you know, it gets hot, doesn't it? Well, the same thing happens here with compressed air. You're going to need to cool it down. You can do that with the compressor. And then it's fed all the way to the exhaust collection ring and a powered compression system. So 2,000 horsepower, that's a beast. I mean, that's impressive, isn't it? You know, on a bomber engine, they were, you know, take a Merlin 20, what, 1,300 horsepower each? And then you've got this beast at 2,000 with a sort of like a Fast and Furious NOS system. Wasn't NOS though, it wasn't nitrous oxide. It was a alcohol and water system with 30 gallons to give them an extra 300 horsepower. You can use it just like they do on the TV with Fast and Furious. You can use it in boosts, you can use it in rough weather, you can use it during combat. Interestingly, the model that I've got with the drop tank, if you were engaged in aerial combat, it was always the wise thing to do to drop your drop tanks, hence that's why they're called drop tanks. If you didn't, you've got to imagine that might as well just be a bomb on there that could get hit and explode. It's pressurized, you know, gasoline in there, so fuel in there, sorry. And so yeah, there you go. So you got an extra 300 horsepower if you want it. It was phenomenal. It really is a top-notch tank of the skies. Now, if we compare that with our diddly Spitfire, now the Spitfire had a what, 27 litre engine. If I was to compare the two, it really doesn't sound like we're getting anything else later, does it? So look at this, look at the size difference. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm missing a tail off here, so we'll have to just imagine that there we go. These are to scale. Amazing, isn't it? Wow. Oh, and if you're wondering why the in the early 1942 the US Army Air Force decided to do away with having 2 roundels to save lives. I know you're probably thinking, what? Yep, it wasn't to save paint and money that way, it was to save lives. The humans love symmetry. So if you're focusing on roundels, your eyes are naturally fixed in the middle. It's already set you a center line. In the middle, pilot and engine, right? The worst things to get hit at. So when you're in aerial combat, that one roundel kind of just confuses the brain for a split second, and it's enough to, you know, get the attacking pilot to lose focus. And especially when you're going in and out of clouds, you're looking for roundels in and out. You know, and that's why. That was the reason why. That's all. That was the simplest reason why they did that. Why they got rid of it. So there you go. A little bit about the roundel. A little bit about the P-47. So yeah, it was. That's what they were using in 1944, and pilots loved it. And as they were advancing into occupied, well, once was occupied, they were regaining France back, and on the 18th of June they moved to Dujamou, and July 1944 the 48th carried out airstrikes which helped the First Army break through the German positions at Saint-Lô, France. They took out tanks and gun positions, and then eventually they moved briefly to Coningsby on the 28th of August 1944. Then they moved to Belgium, and they loved Belgium because it had a 10,000 foot runway. Pilots loved that, and that was at Saint-Trond in Belgium on the following month, so September. In September, on the 17th, they supported in Operation Market Garden, and then towards the end of the year, this is where it got really, you know, quite. Obviously, they were getting closer into Germany. On the 6th of December, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich in Germany, and they were stuck by a soccer field. And in freezy, foggy, snowy, icy conditions, the 48th Squadron, especially the 493rd, were flying at treetop level height. So with Ed Cottrell, our second lieutenant, Ed Cottrell, with 65 missions, flying at 200 feet at 325 miles per hour, led by Major Stanley Latiolis. They dropped delayed bombs, they carried out strafing, and they were successful. And Ed was, when he got back, he was shown the 40 bullets holes in his P-47. Now the P-47 is renowned to take a lot of battering and have there was even photos of holes enough to fit a human being inside on the wing, and you could lose cylinders, and it was air cooled. The good thing about air cooled is the fact that if you were liquid cooled, like the Spitfire for example, you got all these pipes, you get hit in the cowling and one of those pipes gone, that's your engine gone really. It's not going to cool it down because these things heat up. And that was another factor of the P-47, that it was built like a tank. It was built around its engine, whereas the A-10 Thunderbolt was built around its gun. So similar concept. And then just under on the 17th of December, the 493rd were given a mission to attack a bridge because tanks were spotted. 109s engaged with Ed Cottrell's crew and Latiolis as well. Sadly, they lost Lieutenant Jim Watson on that, but Cottrell got hit at the very, very worst time. He went to dive and attack the bridge. He dropped the bombs, the bridge exploded, but 109 engaged as he was pulling up. Now you have lost speed. It's the worst time for any pilot to be engaged in World War II, in especially a heavy aircraft like the P-47. It's, you know, it's not as nimble as a Spitfire or a Hurricane, for example. The 109, a lot more better turn rate, but the P-47 had the tank feel to it. It could outrun it, and it could go to a higher service ceiling. But sadly, he was caught right as he pulled up, which you haven't got a lot of speed, and he was hit right on the engine. He lost 9 cylinders. 9. That's just, you know, in close to stalling speed. All the oil went right into his face and all over the canopy. So he had to open the canopy and he pulled that back, and he couldn't bail out because he was too low, because obviously bailing out, you know, they were at treetop height anyway at 200 feet. He did gain some height from that, but yeah, he radioed in to tell him his situation, and for whatever reason, because there was a lot of dogfighting going on, aerial combat, and whether they ran out of ammo, the 109s, there was 2 of them crisscrossing around him, and either they thought, well, he's going to go down anyway. They actually flew side by side and saluted and went. And to his absolute sort of disbelief that the 109, they actually met, Ed Cottrell actually met one of the pilots that was engaged in that. He actually met, what was it, 80, I can't remember when it was. So they met like 70 odd years later or something. 70, no, I'm a bit wrong saying that. 60 years later. Just trying to think of the year. If Ed was 20, yeah, I know, 23 or something. 23, come on, what an age. 23. I mean, I'm trying to think what I was doing at 23. I don't even think, actually it's weird when I say that, 23, and I'm thinking, wow, what was I doing at 23? Making that sort of decision? That's something else. They're a different breed. But anyway, Ed survived. He landed at St. Trond, and he got on the floor, and I was watching a video, and he kissed the ground and actually contacted Pratt & Whitney to say thank you for making a life-saving engine. How amazing is that? So as we come to the end of the war, the 48 Fighter Group continued to support the army and advanced deeper into Germany with close air support and reconnaissance. And on the 8th of the 5th, as we know as V-Day 1945, the last mission flown with Captain Troy Smith, he witnessed tens of thousands of German troops walking on one side of the road with the army, Allied army, on the other. So, June 1945, they were slowly backtracking back to France to Laon, the 48th, and then eventually they moved back to the US, and on the 7th of November 1945, they became deactivated on the 7/11, 1945. Total aerial victories, 3 for the 492nd, 8.5 for the 493rd, and 8 for the 494th. So just to give you an idea, sounds low, but their duty was ground attack. On the 25th of June 1952, they came back, they reactivated, and they were given wing status. They were known as the 48 Fighter Bomb Wing. And a month later, on the 10th of July 1952, they moved back to France. In fact, they moved to Chaumont, a muddy vicinity, a muddy area with a concrete runway and a handful of just good old classic 1950s shack buildings. It wasn't really much, and work got underway to start building and building. They were operating the F-84 Thunderjet, and in 1953, doing so well with the F-84 Thunderjet, they formed the first USAFE aerobatics team. It was the Sky Blazers, for those that know, and in May 1954, whilst transitioning to the F-86s, the Sky Blazers were official, the US Air Force in Europe demo team. And I'll show you the F-86. It's always nice. Look at this beaut. This F-86 Sabre. Let's have a little look at the let's have a look what we got. I like to show you what the 48th were flying. Look at this, the 48th, and the Sky Blazers were flying this. It was amazing little aircraft, really, and this is where they became quite renowned, the Sky Blazers, although eventually the Thunderbirds were to take over. So this is the North American F-86, ladies, gents, teddy bears, what they were flying from 1954. They only flew it for just a couple of years, 2 years, until they transitioned to another first for the 48. They had a max speed, the Sabre, of 687 miles per hour. Had a really good service ceiling, by the way, at 49,600 feet, and that's at combat weight as well. The engine on this was a General Electric J47 JE27 turbojet engine with a thrust of 5,910 pounds of thrust. It didn't have, I don't recall it having afterburner. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure it had afterburner. Wingspan at 39 feet 1 inches. That's about just a little bit bigger than the Typhoon. Typhoon just about 11 meters on the Typhoon, so that's a bit bigger than the Typhoon, isn't it? wingspan wise. So there we go. That's what they were flying, and the Sky Blazer team. Now it's interesting that it's interesting that the 48th were at Chaumont, because that played a major part in their name that they have today. It's really eerily quiet. I can't get over how quiet it is. It's really, really odd. So, yeah. So in July, very early July the 4th, 1954, the first displays were carried out with the F-86 Sabre, which I showed you, and they were stars and stripes, and you could see a 492nd Sky Blazers aircraft in the livery at the Norwich Aviation Museum at the ex-RAF Bungay, or Flixton, and they carried out their first displays, and they come to realise that they weren't far away from Bartholdi's workshop. In fact, in the workshop they found various moulds of the Statue of Liberty, because that is where Bartholdi built the original Statue of Liberty. So with the mayor present, Jean Maison and other VIPs, and they even sold a flash car of that time to make a 3-meter replica, and it was fitting to name them. There was a naming ceremony, and they were with all these displays going on, and they were named from then, and this is the reason why they are called the Statue of Liberty Wing. It's all because they moved to Chaumont Air Base. Really amazing. So they changed name as well, they gained the name, the Statue of Liberty Wing, which is what they're called today, but they also changed title. They became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, and this happened in 1958. They also became, in 56, they actually transitioned to the F-100 Super Sabre, and they became the first ever USAFE to operate the F-100 Super Sabre. On the same year that the Beatles formed, on the 15th of January 1960, it was time to move. They moved here to Lakenheath, and this is the crossover. So while at 1948, since then they were operating the B-29s, then B-50s, and then B-47s. While that was going on in that 12-year period, 12 years, yeah, that's right, 50s, yeah, 1960, the 48 arrived here with the F-100 Super Sabres. Now, these were in a livery of camo. It was like quite a dark camo, best way to explain it. And they had a different, they used a tailcode system to identify the squadrons. So they had a letter L and then a second letter to denominate the squadron. So it was LR for the 492nd, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. And you can see an example at Newark Air Museum of the 494th. Tactical fighter squadron, because they were a tactical fighter wing, so the squadrons became a tactical fighter squadron. So you can see that with RAF Lakenheath and a few other bits of livery at the Newark Air Museum, so don't miss that if you go. So it's a F-100 Super Sabre in the camo livery. I say that because in the late 60s they changed to the sort of like that bare metal, bit like my P-47 Thunderbolt there. So that's thanks, Davey. I think Davey's just sent me a really cool photo. Thanks, man. So they had a different tail code system, LR, LS and LT, to denominate the squadron plus Lakenheath. In 1972, so 12 years at Lakenheath, so that's what, 56 operating, 56, so 6 years operating the F-100 Super Sabre. They transitioned to another aircraft. I think these were I'd like to say they were ex-Vietnam. Just trying to think, the F4 Phantoms, I think they were, and they changed the tailcode system for a one tailcode system in 1972. So they transitioned to the F4 Phantom and they had LK, but this only lasted about 6-8 months and they changed it to LN. So our good friend Henk Verheule's got a really cool avatar with LK on a Phantom, really rare because they only kept it for 6-8 months. 5 years later, because the F4 didn't last long with the 48th, they were operating the F-111 Aardvark, and they reactivated back one of their old squadrons. Do you remember the 495th that we said deactivated in 1944? Well, they came back after 33 years of being inactive. The 495th, although they weren't called the Valkyries then, they were called the Thundervarks. On the 14th of April, it was Lakenheath's 4th Tactical Fighter Wing and their squadrons that were going to take part in the longest combat raid in history. In fact, a total of around 14 hours worth. I think it was something like 3,000 miles in total round trip, all thanks to a flight restriction. They took 24 F-111s of the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, took part in Operation El Dorado Canyon to take out targets in Libya. Sadly, with the loss of Karma 5-2 and their crew, EF-111s took part from Upper Heyford, the Aardvarks, and of course the US Navy with was it F-18s or do you know what, I can't remember if it's F-18s or Tomcats. I know they used the Hawkeyes at the A7. Yeah, totally, because I don't ever go into the US Navy side of things. I actually should go and have a look. Do you know, I can't remember if it's F-18s or F-14s. I'd like to say Tomcat. I'm going to go with I'll tell you what, final answer, F-14s. I'll go with that. On the 8th of September, this is quite an important thing because they were awarded the 48th. They were awarded the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation, awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Leman, the only US Air Force unit to ever receive this. It's quite high up. So in 1991, it was time to to retire the F-111 Aardvarks, and that came. The F-111s were finally being retired, and it was time for a new aircraft. And while that was going on, the 495th actually became inactive again. Well, we didn't see them for another 30 years. And the new aircraft, a very different type for the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. In fact, they dropped the tactical title and became a fighter wing from 1991. So they said goodbye once more to the 495th, and they transitioned from 1992. I was kind of right, F-14 and A6, A7s. Thanks, man. A7s, thank you for that. Cheers for that, Davey. So yeah, they brought in the Strike Eagle, and that was for the 492nd and the 494th. The 493rd was slowly transitioning to the F-15C and D model from 93 and eventually 94. They were bringing them in slowly but surely. So, you know, from 91, 92, we started to see the Eagle era. Lakenheath became the 48th Fighter Wing that, like I said, the tactical title dropped. We even had helicopters here in 2006 with 56 Rescue Squadron with the HH-60 Pavehawks were here as well. But they eventually moved to Aviano. Along with the 57th Rescue Squadron. So, like I said, 30 years from 1991 and 2021 on the 15th of December, the 495th became activated again, and they had and brought with them the very first type of aircraft for USAFE. It was the F-35A. And like I said, making not only Lakenheath the first wing of USAFE to operate the F-35A, but also bringing back the 495th with a name change. They were called the Valkyries. Of course, they would have had to have different call signs, etc. A year later, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, they were slowly transitioning and doing away with the F-15C and Ds. Not transition, probably the wrong word, or maybe, because they would have had to train their crew, right? So, yeah, I would go with that. They became inactive very briefly. The F-15C and Ds were being retired, and they were being retrained on the F-35A as well. And 2022, the 493rd became the second squadron to operate the F-35A here at Lakenheath. So there we go. And sadly, nothing has actually started up. It's a bit eerie, isn't it? It's not like Lakenheath here to do that. But we've had days like this before, so, you know, this isn't unusual. It does happen. But there we go. There's a little bit of 48 Fighter Wing history. Yeah, we'll give it to about 2 o'clock. See if there's anything. But it is a bit unusual, but you know, like I said, it does Aspen, thank you very much. Yeah, I scraped it in the end with the F-14. I did get that. Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea. Thank you, and wow, thank you, Lilo Doublefly. Major appreciation and thank you to the moderators. Oh, thank you so much, Lilo Doublefly, for that absolutely wonderful super chat. Thank you. Tell you what, we'll do some guards marches. I'll have a cup of tea, and then we're gonna have to think about maybe just finishing up. Unfortunately. Lilo Doublefly, a salute, high five and a paw pump. Thank you very much for your amazing super chat. Guards March and Karen H, thank you so much as well, and member for 12 months. Congratulations on your 1 year milestone. Thank you. Margot, thank you very much. Opening bid on one of Ted's explanatory engine etchings. Thank you very much, Margot. Guards March. Bernie Hagyard as well, thank you very much for your 9 months membership, Guards March. Plain Spotted Tone, thank you as well for the super sticker, Guards March. Stuart Skeggs as well, part of our fighter squadron, oi oi, or eor eor, yeah, I know what that means. 18 months on the greatest aviation channel ever, thank you very much for that. Stuart Skeggs, eor eor. Purple Bat, upgraded membership to the TCS Posh Officers Club, thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for your super chat, Guards March. And if you want to know the story about Eeyore Eeyore, it's because Stuart Skeggs printed Oi Oi backwards, because the Oi Oi sticker decals were for inside the window, and when he put them on the outside it spelled Eeyore Eeyore. There we go. And again, once more, Lilo Doublefly, a salute for that and a fly past. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. Thank you. Right, cup of tea time, I think, and then we're going to have to think about making our own departure, Ted. It's looking a bit tiring here now, isn't it? Sadly, but that's the way it is. Hi, how you going? You alright?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, thank you.
I got a question. I've been to take a picture. I'm already a member for 18 months.
Yeah. Alright,
yeah.
how you doing? Alright. Sure. No problem at all. Let me get Ted as
Like that as well, yeah.
yeah. We're going just here, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, with the van, that'd be
with the
good.
van, yeah.
Alright.
Yes. Oh, your feet. Hey.
Alright.
Thank you so
No
much.
problem. How's it going? Alright?
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah.
Good, good.
Yeah, it's
No
only
planes.
not a lot
Yeah,
happening
not
today.
many today, sadly. It's one of those days today, I think.
Yeah.
But
We stay nearby in,
Are you?
in Brandon.
oh, right, nice.
Yeah.
That's
Then-
all right,
Then
isn't
you work in scanner, then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it's all good.
Well, I always watch your live streams. so.
Nice one. Oh, cool.
But you're driving from home or every
Yeah, it's
time? Or you
not-
stay somewhere?
No,
or?
no, it just drives only an hour, so it's fine.
Ah, okay, you live here nearby.
Yeah,
then.
not far, so it's all good. You know, an hour's fine.
Yes.
So anyway, you're going to Fairford or like...
Bedford is a bit further, but
Yeah.
Coningsby, Marham, here, Mildenhall, it's all about an hour.
Ah, okay, that's
Yeah,
not
so
too
I'm right
bad.
in the middle, which is
Yes.
great.
Yeah,
It's yeah.
It's something I was thinking, like you need to wake up like at 4 o'clock in the morning and then drive somewhere. And
No, it's not too bad. Not too bad. But, yeah, sadly, it's really quiet today, so
yeah, well,
I
only
will
3
see,
at
I'll
15.
see what happens. Hearing things, but sadly, it's a no. So.
Mildenhall was a bishop.
Yeah, couple of
here for a
tankers. For like a week.
Oh wow, okay then, it'll be alright. You can chat something. You can
Yeah,
be back
yeah.
here tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. Or I'm going to Mildenhall or
Yeah,
here.
I'll be
I'm
back
sure
here
you-
on Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Ah, okay.
I'll be back here on Wednesday because it's closed Thursday and Friday.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
You found out, that's good, that's good.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to come in here and like, what's going on?
Yeah, I just spoke to someone on the road over there, and he said, very casually, like, yeah, it's, Thursday, Friday, they're closed. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
yeah. But, you know, there's Marham as well, it's not far from here.
Yeah, you stay Tuesday.
Yeah, this week somewhere, maybe we're going there, maybe Thursday or something like that.
Yeah, Marham will be alright. Catch some vertical landings. That'll be
Yeah, but it's also good places to stand there, like as because I do photography as well. I
If
see
you
something.
go by Chalk Lane, it's alright for rivals. That one's okay.
Okay, what's it?
Chalk Lane.
Chalk lane. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see the runway. It's right there. The road flights. There's quite a bit of parking.
Okay.
Not too bad.
That sounds like a good one, yeah. Because
We do probably there on Thursday.
okay. Okay. Maybe we see each other there again.
See what it's.
But is the fly a lot with the F-35s there, or is not? Yeah, not
Sometimes
as
you
much
can
as here,
get
of course.
lucky, but then it's Marham's probably busier today than here today. So
Yeah,
you know,
okay,
it's
yeah.
just-
Today
You
only
never know.
3
I know,
F-15s.
sadly, it's one of those things where you just gotta try your luck.
Yeah. But like Marham is most of them, they're like 6.
It's a bit. If you get 10, it's a good day. 10 and more is a good
Okay,
day.
okay.
I mean, I had 9 last week, so I'm not good. And 8 were vertical landings. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I've never seen that once before.
Yeah, so it's special. Even if you see one vertical landing, it's like, it's like how can that float like that? So,
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, that's good to know then.
yeah,
yeah.
that's what I
Maybe later today I will come back here if something's starting up. Maybe it's later in the day, but
maybe later.
Apparently it's a load of gliders up. There's a guy got it on his phone and they're in the airspace. And they keep talking to them, saying like, get out of the airspace. And there's about 10 of them. All they're over there apparently
Oh, right.
at the moment, allegedly. So whether that's what's scuppered today. Yeah, he's got. I don't know how he's got it on his phone, but he's tracking them, and he said they're in the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
For landing here or?
No, they're just being a nuisance.
Oh. Why not?
just go away.
Yeah.
Probably Greta Thunberg up there or something in
Yeah.
one.
Nicholas, thank you for your time.
Yes.
You take care, thank you.
Maybe.
Maybe later this week somewhere.
Yeah, I'll see you. I think I'll see you this week. Don't worry.
Yeah. Thank
Alright.
you.
And when it's evening, then we 5 minutes drive.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Yeah, thank you. Bye
Bye-bye.
No problem. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know how he's got that info up, but that's what they're saying. Who knows?
Oi, oi, Nicholas.
Hey, how you doing? All right?
Fine, thanks.
You okay?
Yeah.
Been
how are
shopping?
You?
It's all right,
This
isn't
for you.
it? No. Oh, sorry. What?
For
For me? I thought you'd been shopping, girl. Oh wow.
I'm Jenny. I emailed you some time ago about the Lakenheath Warrior.
Oh yes.
That's me.
Is that you?
That's me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of military.
Thank you.
I've been having a sort out.
Wow.
I know you're into history and everything.
Yes.
So. Can I do all sorts of pictures on for you?
This looks lovely. Oh wow. That's lovely, thank you very much. That's a massive calendar, isn't it?
It is. I've had it obviously a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to do with it. I didn't want to
Oh
throw it
no,
away.
it'll go well in my museum when I make it.
I like the art and everything.
That's lovely, thank you very much, Jenny, right?
Jenny, yeah.
Yeah. Was it you that emailed me because I forgot the name? I couldn't try and find the email. I was like,
yeah,
no.
It's me.
Ah.
Lots of books.
Oh wow.
I live in the village.
Lakey village.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
So I brought you that. It's got some things in there about the Warrior.
Oh wow. Okay, yes. Oh wow, look at that. It's amazing. Oh bless your heart. Oh, a good
various books.
Yeah, oh bless your heart. Thanks a lot.
Different things.
I'll put that in here. Oh, that's great, thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
I've been watching you for what, 3 years or so, I suppose? So I've got like to get into you.
Yeah, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Do you know about the history of Mildenhall College? I was a pupil there.
I know why, because I pronounced it wrong. That's how I know it.
You didn't say why London, did you?
Yes, I did. I was that one. That's why I recognise it. So I only recognise it because I pronounced it wrong.
Wyndham.
Yes.
I was there from 1970 to 75.
Right.
Pupil, and it used to be a hospital called the United States Air Force. I think it was the 72nd Station Hospital. About 29 was haunted.
Right.
When I was there.
Yeah.
Though we never saw a ghost back.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. When I was there, the actual nursing house was still there, so my education from the age of 11 to 16 was in the nursing house. It belonged to that hospital. I thought I'd let you know about this. It's an interesting.
Yeah.
Lots of it on the internet.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
That's alright.
That's really cool. Thank you for these. I'm going to put these in here safely. Oh wow, that's amazing. Thanks, Jenny. That's really good. Yeah. So when I came once ages ago, and I found that there's a sign just there.
Yeah.
And it says that it's medieval earthworks. So sorry for the pun. I started digging.
Yeah, funny.
But I did generally start digging deeper and deeper. And then you sent me that email, and it all came together. And I was like, oh my god! And then I went to the museum to see it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. In fact, like 427 graves were found in Coningsby, which is unreal.
Yeah.
So it's funny how there was obviously a military connection here before.
Yeah.
So there's obviously something here that's.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. It's just quite isolated here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Out of the way.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. I see you were having a quiet day. I thought, right, I know. I'll go down and give them this.
Nice day.
Yeah. Getting lovely town, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do you watch Big Jet TV?
Yeah, that's where I got the inspiration.
Jerry's in hospital.
Oh, no, what happened? You alright?
Did you watch it on Wednesday last week? He was at and he was messing about as he normally does, and all these gnats and flies and things were chasing him. Anyhow, the next day he fell ill, and then Friday he felt even more ill. He went to hospital.
Oh gosh.
And I think he's due out today. He had the cancer stream on Monday, Sunday.
Oh dear. I mean, there's bugs everywhere at the minute. And I'm
yeah.
like, well,
Yeah, well, I don't think it was that. He changed his diet around Christmas time. He keeps taking his old
I hope he's alright. I'll send him a little...
If you look on TikTok, there's a picture of him in his hospital bed. He looks absolutely dreadful.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Anyhow, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for all your entertainment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenny, and thanks for that email. Alright.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. And as if by magic, startups. Well, there we go. And just as I was about to finish up, we've got startups, but whether it's whether it amounts to departures or not is another it's another case, isn't it? Seems to be just a few startups, but still not sure if it's going to amalgamate into a set of departures. How we're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, it's been quite a long day, but loving the support that you've all given today. It's been amazing. It's true Ted Coningsby community today. It really has, pulling through and just trying to, you know, just keep smiling and just keep going. And that's the way it is. That's the ethos of the channel. Thanks a lot there, Mark Dudley. How you doing? Alistair Goodwin, Remco De Vrij. Good to see Job de Moy, or Job de Moy. Good to see it. Came all the way from Netherlands. It's a fine day. Thanks a lot, Mark. I mean, that truck's been there for quite a while, by the way. Yeah, for those asking about the ground crew, this has been here since, you know, with the... Well, in fairness, I don't recall seeing that second one, but that second truck, that's the wing safety truck, unless it had a few of the crew in the back. But you spotted it better than me, so that's cool. Thank you for letting me know about that. That's all good. So we could be. What's that? Is that... Oh, it's a car. Do you know what? Who remembered the... Is it Flight of the Navigator? Who remembers that? It reminded me of Flight of the Navigator then, that scene with that car there. Thanks a lot, Alistair Goodwin. Good to see you on here. Hope you're well. Aspen, yes, I can hear the F-15 spooling, but I can't hear anything else. I can't hear any movement from them. So, actually saying that now I can, unless that's the wind. That sounds like it's definitely on the move, doesn't it? That just then. Yeah, I remember Flight of the Navigator. There was a scene when it had that heat haze and there was a car coming. Mind you, that's in quite a few movies, that sort of scene, but good film that, wasn't it? Flight of the Navigator. That was a good film. I used to like that. Now I've got that song in my head. Yeah, that's the one, Davey, with the spaceship being towed after he was found after all those years. But to him, he'd just woken up. It was a good film, really good. Really good film, another classic, wasn't it? Yeah, really good film. Tell you what, who loves, right, is, I'll tell you what, on the scene, on the theme of films, who's ever watched Vertigo? Who's ever seen that one? Who has ever seen Vertigo? With James Stewart. That's a great film. I know it's not I know it's not aviation. Good film, innit? Really good. How about what about is a film that I really like, 12 O'Clock High. With Gregory Peck. Love that. There's another scene from the flight, the Navigator. Look at this. So yeah, sadly, I'm not sure if we're going to get anything from the startups. You know, it's a bit of a funny one today, really, isn't it? But like I said, it's not unusual. We do get this from time to time. Even Coningsby, we've had this before, and we've had it here a few times. I think in total we've had it about 3 times. Perhaps one of the times we didn't even get to stream. The stream was delayed and delayed and delayed. It was extremely windy that day, if you remember. I think that's the one. It was on that day. It was a Monday. Claire Bear was here, and we didn't actually get to stream. We were just holding off because there was a wind warning, a weather warning regarding the wind. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. So we were waiting and waiting. So has happened before. Halloween with just the C-17 that was just coming in. So there was that. So you know, it does happen. And we've had it at Marham. We've had it at I've certainly had it at Hull Beach. But as a base, it's not unusual. So don't panic. It does happen. And at the end of the day, we got to see F-15s. Let's not forget that. And don't forget, we've got our new patches and key rings out. The Beret recovery team, make sure you get them because they are running out, literally. They are, lots of you have been buying them. Thank you very much for those I bought there. I haven't actually got them any on me, so I'll get a couple of examples, show them tomorrow. Another startup. They're really keeping us going, aren't they? What I might do, if there's going to be any departures, I'll just catch the departures and think we'll call it a day. Let's see how this rolls. Have a cup of tea. Yeah, man, I might actually have a cup of tea. Why not?
Oh, mate.
Hi, how you going?
Yeah, not bad. It's a bit quiet, isn't it?
It happens.
This is what you got to realise about before. I can't tell that noise. There's RCs going past or if it's...
No, that's F-15 stuff.
Are they spawning on?
But
they might be testing that one from earlier that failed.
yeah, there's been quite a few startups. I'm just not sure. I haven't heard anything. The F-35 started up earlier as well, but they shut off. It was one of those days.
Unfortunately, it's special.
25 it's up to now, flying.
Frozen for a bit of action. I might sit down this morning.
Yeah, you've got to see the end.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, doing lots of circles.
I love my lunch break outside.
That's good.
Yeah, literally. Purely.
Yeah, that's it. Could be worse, isn't it? Pouring it down.
Well, yeah, that would be the wrong day, wouldn't it?
That would be. Hey, how you doing? All right?
Too bad.
Good.
Last time I saw you at Coningsby.
Yeah.
And we've just been to where I asked you about Old Beach.
Oh, nice. How was it?
Look, quiet.
Oh,
peaceful.
Yeah, well, it's lovely
In
there.
fact, tranquil.
It's very nice there.
What's been happening here today?
No, just a quiet one today. Yeah, quiet one.
Got a root also. Do you want a coat? No, I'm going to tell one, I think. Keep carrying it around. We can't take it back again. Yeah, I'd say that's Mildenhall. Just arrived right, Clive. Yes. some of that joke, didn't it?
Well, a delightful sight, an F-15E Strike Eagle. The T did work. Thanks a lot, Doncaster Lass. How you doing? Alistair Goodwin, Lilo Doublefly. How you doing? Linda Stegenga, Mark Dudley, Alex Blackcat, Christopher Carr, Steph Darley. Oi oi. Learning some maths. Margot, Mickey, Noxy, Davey, Ellie J Approach, Chris Bloxham, Angela Farley, Andrew Farley. Hope we're all good. Hope you're both well. Mark Moody, Wibbs. Enjoy the ride. Let's see what we're gonna get. Andrew Farley in Scotland. Nice. Both of you, Angela and Andrew, on a road trip by the look of it. Nice. Well, I hope you have a good time. Mark Joyce, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. Living the dream. What up? Hope you're good. another F-15E Strike Eagle. Taxiing down now. Hope you enjoyed that shot with the KC-135. You know it is. Captain A, how you doing? You good as well, Gucci man? Gary Inge, not Captain Weber, who's ordered the Beret recovery team keyring and patch. Don't forget to treat yourself or someone else. We've got some amazing new items in the store. There is a delay on the t-shirts, but you can go ahead and order them. Just expect them in July. Yeah, I'm all good, Captain A, in the green. Let's try and catch this KC-135. But I'll try it about there, so if I get that. Hang on. Come on. Might work. Leave it there. Here we go. Here we go. A bit of Ted Cam coming up. Is he gonna? Yeah. Love it. Love that. Just leave it like that. No. Yeah. You know, it's like, you know, sometimes you can overdo the seasoning. You know, just gotta, just the right pinch of salt. You know, a bit of KC-135. It's good. You know. birthday to David Merriman.
Happy birthday,
Is that you, is it?
I says to Gladys,
Happy birthday!
reaction.
Nice! Lovely. Legend. Love it. No idea. Time of the day that it gets quite sharp, the light now from the west. Thanks a lot for those that have joined us today, and those that have supported by hitting the like button and of course subscribing to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Thanks very much for that. We managed to roll over the 97,000 subscriber mark, so thank you very much for those that have been supporting the channel, from new the long-standing members. You know it is. Thanks a lot, Mark Moody. Thanks a lot, Katie Weber. Oh yes. Thanks for joining the retail therapy crew today by visiting the online store. Thank you very much for that. Do check out our new patches and our new patch and new keyring with the Beret recovery team. But there will be another patch coming out soon as well, which you can probably guess from the website which patch it will be, and it's going to be good. Going to bring out a special ops theme coming out soon. Already the t-shirt is available, but there's a delay on the t-shirts, sadly, just for a couple of weeks, which normally takes 2 weeks anyway to get them over to you because they are made to order. We do keep various sizes in stock anyway, so sometimes you could be lucky and have them in the next couple of days. So if we got it, we'll send it. If not, expect sort of between the 1st and the 2nd week of July for them to arrive. So thank you for your patience. There is a note on the website, and you can't get rid of it unless you press X. Remco de Vrij, how you doing? Happy birthday to Sam Kennedy as well. Peter R as well, how you doing as well from Wisconsin? Living the dream, ordering soon as well, thank you. Mark Carwood, oi to you. Hope you're good. NG Auto Art as well. Thanks Neil, G Van Pulliam, Alex Black Cat, hope we're all good. Big shout out to all our US fans as well. Thank you for tuning in from far away. Well, this is most unusual. Okay. just having a look. Someone mentioned about the gliders. There are quite a few now in the air in the vicinity, so I don't know if there's anything related. I don't really know, but it's certainly been one of those days today. But no worries, we get to see F-15s for a very, very long time, as they're just all just really bad luck that the aircraft is having issues or some form of training. Okay, so this is going back as well. Well, wow, what an interesting day. Something a little bit different, all right, isn't it? Very different. Like I said, I don't know whether it's got anything to do with the gliders or just doing some training. Should get a nice shot in a second. So, Ted cam shot, just. Right, that's pretty much us done for today, I think, Teddy. I think we've done enough today, haven't we? Alistair Goodwin, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. And Betty Boot 161, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much. And thank you, Betty Boot, for your first month membership. Thank you very much. Right, well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, that is us. We're going to call it. Well, there we go. We've tried our best to give you a bit of fun, haven't we? And I hope you enjoyed the aircraft that we did catch today. It's been how interesting going to the pits by the look of it. But there we go. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much for tuning in today. It's been a long day, but we did get to see some action as well. So RAF Lakenheath, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you very much. And we'll see you on the next one, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So again, 48 Fighter Wing and RAF Lakenheath, hey, thank you. Right, I'm going to head off with Ted and we're going to catch you on the next one. So I hope you enjoyed today. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Let's go, Teddy. Mind you, it is hot pitting, isn't it? Hang on. Hiya. Not sure. Not sure what's going on today. I think it's coming back. Is it coming back? Or is it going? go. This one's going out. Here we go. I think. Yep, change the departure. Struggling to speak today now. Well, for those that hung on after my own departure, thank you. Here we go. Here we go, ready for takeoff, let's ride. F-15 style Fweep, here we go. Just as that's gone, there is another F-15 taxiing by the sound of it. Hang on. I think I can hear the change in pitch. Those compressors and turbines spinning around. It's doing a Kylie Minogue on it. If it's on its way, I might just wait for it. Hang on. I think it's on its way. Just sorry about that. Probably a few of you had gone, but I think the F-15 that went back is coming back. I think it's just a case of bad luck with aircraft just having a few issues, and you know, and we've always said this anyway on any other day. We said if it ain't right, don't give it the flight. Just get it back, get it fixed. Come back. All the checks, what they do. It's easier to explain why you didn't take off than to explain why you did with issues. So it's the right thing to do. Even on a go around, it's easy to explain why you did a go around than to explain why you didn't. So here we go. It's come back, and here we go. So it's not. Here we go. Thanks, John Probert. Thank you very much. Talk about your dedication to streaming. Too right, man. Too right. Oh, hang on, there's more. I feel sorry for the people that thought I was going, but here we go. Wow, Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's amazing. we go. Here we go. Hold short 2-3. Here we go. That's a nice, really nice. Right, finally. I don't often say this, but there's a really nice cool breeze. Really nice cool breeze. I'll take that. Well, thank you very much, everyone who's been with us today. It's been a good day. We always have a good laugh, no matter, even if we had nothing. We did this before. We had a Halloween stream and it was nothing. Just the C-17 after many hours of waiting. Here we go. We always have a good time, even at Hull Beach when there's nothing going on. We just have an absolute ball. You know how it is. Ted Coningsby community, innit? Teddy, do you want to fix that, mate? Thanks, Ted. There you go, mate. You're good. And just before we go, Lilo Double Fly, a salute, thank you, high five, poor pump, and a fly past for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is incredible. Thank you so much for your amazing generosity there. Thank you so much. That is just incredible. Thank you for the support. And also, lovely super chat from John Probert. Thank you very much for the stream, Nikos. Thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Right then, okay, so we'll try this again. You never know, might get more. Oh dear, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? I'd be like, Claire, put that jacket potato on hold. Right, one more time, here we go. So, RAF Lakenheath 48 Fighter Wing, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you. And of course, all our viewers, thank you very much for being patient today. But like I said, we've been at Hull Beach where there's been nothing. We've come here before and there's been not a lot going on. Literally just one C-17 after what was it, 6 hours? I think we've had two like that, pretty sure. And we've had this before, but we just keep talking and chatting away, because that is what the community is all about, and I thank you for it. Big shout out to the Spanner flight today, cracking job. Thank you very much for keeping the chat room sweet and neat. It isn't easy out there, so thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you very much. So I think it is for the last time for today. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So I think safely to say for the last time for today, before I get down that ladder, it is see you soon, wish you well. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
Golf India, Bryce 31,